How long will this take?
Good morning, Chaplain. Can you hear us? Cool.
Where's your suit and tie, Chaplain?
That's only for live meetings.
Well, today's technically your Friday, so.
It is. I'm even going to try to get out of town a little early, but we shall see.
Good morning. I'd like to call the Village Council Work Session Meeting, August 31st, 2023, to order. I show the time at 9:07. I also show we have a quorum. The only one we're missing is Wayne at this time. And is he planning to come, do we know? Or is he going to participate remotely? Christina or Austin, did he say? All right, well, we'll just see if he joins us. So next up, if he does join us, I need a motion to consider allowing council to. Okay, sounds good. Next up, we have adoption of the agenda. Do we have any changes or omissions or?
Yes, we need to add under items of discussion number 13, discussion of GEO bond public education project schedule, and microphone man. And number 14, consider approval of change order from First Tryon for GEO bond advertisement at a cost not to exceed $13,000, and direct staff to prepare the budget amendment. And that is all I have, Mr. Mayor.
All right, anyone else from council want to add or? All right, I'll need a motion to approve the agenda as amended.
So moved.
All's in favor?
Aye.
Great. First up on presentations, we do not have any, I assume. Is that correct, Christina? Okay, and items of discussion. Okay, first up, under items of discussion, we have discussion consideration of a private road acceptance plan, traffic mitigation fund, non-Marvin Road allocation plan in conjunction with general obligation bond issuance pending March 2024 election results. Is that you, Christina?
Jamie, your trunk's open. Your trunk.
Somebody's trying to steal something.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. So, the last time we were here, I think Chazzo was here, and we discussed the total number for the general obligation bond for roads, the total tax number, which we had kind of landed on a 4.5-cent increase in year 26, and then an additional 3 cent in 2029. He can correct me if I'm wrong. Since then, there's been a couple of things that we've thought of that you might want to consider adding in, but there's one particular thing that I want to make sure we discuss. And just to note that any additional roads that we're going to discuss today or any additional deletions would have an impact on that model. So those numbers that I previously mentioned will be impacted if we change anything at this point. The biggest piece, as you all know, we've been working with DOT to get the roads intended to be released if the GEO bond passes. It's definitely something we want to have in our back pocket to make sure that they're willing and able to do what we want, and that we're educating the citizens to that degree. And so we've had a couple meetings with DOT. We are, for the most part, they're in line with what we're trying to do. There's a couple of hiccups on Marvin School Road, Waxhaw Marvin, and then Newtown Road, which I didn't specify in this memo, but Newtown Road is one of them. Basically, they want to maintain control of the roundabouts unless we own 100% of the functionality of the roundabout. So what that would mean is you'd have to back up from any given roundabout approximately 1,500 linear feet. They want to be able to control the kind of stack that flows into the functionality of those roundabouts. So the last time we had met, for the most part, all of the roads in Marvin, they were okay with us taking over, with the exception of this roundabout here. They want us to go back all the way to the Ladera Providence Down South entrance. Chaplain's still researching to make sure that we're able to do that. I'll let him speak on that in just a second.
Hold on, Christina, is it the PDS or is it Ladera? Because
It's-
PDS is way before.
It's the Ladera
Is it
intersection.
the Ladera gates there?
Yes. Hang on, I can tell you the exact.
Because PDS and
Intersection.
Ladera are not, like, PDS is first, then Ladera. But Ladera and the gates are,
across from each other.
thank you.
I'll look at that, I'll look at the map real quick, but it is Ladera. I can't, it's a weird road name.
Okay.
Chaplain, do you have that road name pulled up by chance? Lucky,
I do not.
Lucky something. Yeah, that's the intersection. Is that PDS? No. Okay,
Yeah, because it's all horse names.
Lucky Debonair is PDS, so I don't
so
know.
it's that, yeah, it's that intersection.
So it doesn't go all the way down to Ladera then?
Right.
Well, this says Ladera Drive.
Well, you've got Ladera/Lucky Debonair Way.
Yeah, Lucky Debonair, and then Ladera Drive is across the street.
Lucky Debonair is in Gates of Ainsley?
Yes. Hang on, let me pass this down, I'll show you.
I'm looking. No, Lucky Debonair goes into, hang on,
Pass that down, hang on.
hang on. Nope, you're right, it does. It goes into Gates. You're
Okay.
right. Okay, that's fine. Just double checking.
You good? Okay. So basically, that's where they would want us to go down. They're willing right now to give us they're willing to stop at Rising Road. And then we would have to figure out basically from Rising Road all the way down to that intersection that I just mentioned in order to get between here, and that would include the Marvin School Road, going back 1,500 feet if they don't.
So they won't do the Waxaw Marvin roundabout? They want to do both
Yeah.
of these together?
So any and all roundabouts, they would want us to have 100% basically back 1,500 feet. So the Waxaw
because
Marvin would be
Providence
included,
knows.
yes. We would, that section's fine. Just getting all the way down to that intersection that I mentioned, the Lucky Debonair, in order to get that roundabout. If we don't have that intersection down there, they're not willing to give us any of this stretch because they want to control that functionality. That being said, we can either exclude this portion and go to Rising Road and still have ownership and control over there. Same thing with here, we'd probably have to go back to the first intersection, which I think is Flowering Peach area, and then have control all the way down. And then we'd have to figure that out, what that area would be on Waxaw Marvin. So my question to you all, if we're still researching this, if we are willing and able to find a solution to have ownership and control over this section from Village Hall to the Lucky Debonair, is council willing to do that? And just so you all know, I have reached out to the Gates of Ainsley, Ladera, and PDS about potentially annexing their common area, which would basically mean just that road frontage so that we can have an easier process for ownership and control if they are open to that idea. They're discussing it with their respective HOA boards. I gave them a deadline of October 1st, I believe. So we should have an answer back from them shortly.
Well, if we can get the right-of-ways, then there's no issue, right?
If we can what?
If we get the right-of-ways, then there's no issue. We can,
Chaplain's still researching
Well,
that?
Yeah, I'm researching that because it's called a half road and there may be some workarounds. So we're still looking into that. But the more conventional and easier way is to have parties on both sides.
that's what I'm saying. So if we get the right-of-ways, then we are, yeah, the common areas, I should say, then
Yeah,
we
the
on
common
both
areas.
sides of the road.
Then what?
Then we're on both sides of the road.
Yes,
Then it's not an issue at all.
yes.
Okay.
I have to make sure you guys are aware, because if you go back, before the roundabouts were ever put in, DOT told us that they would go approximately 10 years before they started failing, having backups on the roundabouts, which would require a second lane
Right.
in each thing. So think about that when we are deciding if we're going to take that over. That's going to no longer be on the DOT or the state. That's going to be on us, the village. I don't even know what that,
Well, but then the one thing to consider, Joe, is the traffic impact of our Heritage District where it's going to be restrictive, and we probably don't want to add those 2 lanes. So DOT was planning through traffic with no restrictions.
Okay.
So
And probably four-laned it from South Carolina to Providence.
possibly, but I mean, I was at those meetings and all that and heard all that stuff too at the time. And that was their plan, is that they had projected a 2% growth per year in traffic volume, and that was why they did that and acquired the extra right-of-way to expand those.
So with that, and your concern, Mr. Mayor, of us being on the hook for that, it's gonna come down to the same thing if we build a roundabout at Marvin and Joe Carr, if we build a roundabout at Joe Carr and Marvin School Road. Like, those will then be our roads, but we will do exactly what DOT does, and we'll go out and we'll get funding, federal, state. Even though there are roads, like, we would do the same thing that the state does. Because I've had that conversation with Hunter, because I was like, ooh, time out. Like, I don't want all this stuff if we have to then 100% on the hook for it.
Right.
And he's like, no, we would go out for funding and things like that for it.
Yeah, there's federal DOT grants and funding for
Would the
road
county
construction.
still be involved?
Hey, Bjorn, how are you?
We're gonna be reaching out to everyone here.
Yeah, come
Yeah,
on up.
absolutely. If you got-
Will you hit the button on the microphone? So we've invited Bjorn from the county, because he just happened to be in the audience.
Good morning, Bjorn Hansen with Union County Planning. So if I understand the discussion, the village is looking at taking ownership and responsibility of some sections of Newtown and some roads intersecting with Newtown, pretty much in the area where we're sitting right now. Okay, the thing I would note is that if a municipality owns it and the DOT doesn't own it, it may lose its federal aid designation, meaning that you couldn't apply for CARTPO funds in the future. You would lose that eligibility. I'm not saying that's 100%, but that's definitely something you're gonna have to look into. Because if you're operating the road in a different way, if you look at the map of, which we were successfully between the county, the village, and the city of Charlotte 3 years ago with Marvin Road, which is why we're actually talking about potentially doing a design at Joe Carr and Marvin. We were ineligible to do so in the past because we couldn't use CARTPO money on that section of road. Now we can. You're gonna wanna make sure that any of your actions are not gonna result in those sections of roads being taken off of the federal aid system, unless you're willing to pay for all the cost of those improvements.
Okay, well, yeah, because I had talked to, because that was a concern of mine, because I was like, I don't want to be on the hook for all of that if it's, now our roads. And Hunter seemed to think that we would be okay, but we'll double check on that, so,
Sure.
yeah, okay, cool.
So one of the things I'll mention to you all is, there's a couple of different issues with this, is number one, if we are owning roads that are not within our jurisdiction, we're still researching, but we think that we cannot use PAL bill funds to pay for those roads to be maintained. So if we decide to do this section here, let's just say it's 1,500 linear feet, I'm not really sure exactly how much it is, but let's just say that, then we would have to come up with some type of payment allocation where we would spend general fund dollars on whatever cost of that $1,500 would be that's not in the jurisdiction. Chaplain and I are still researching that to tell you 100% for sure. We can have that answer, and we can also look to see if we would lose the federal funding. What we can do with this specific section, if y'all are leaning towards, you don't really know where to go on keeping this in or taking it out, I would suggest you probably keep it in for now, and we can always take it out later. Might as well tell citizens the worst-case scenario. We can always take it out if we find that we can't do it, and then we'll just borrow less, which will be less of an impact to them.
So whenever we take over these roads, part of that cost that we're taking over the roads, part of the cost is we're gonna be getting all of our roads up to what Marvin standards are.
Yes.
So at that point, we will take that out to the entrance of Ladera with the GO bond money. So how long is that road gonna last? 15 years?
We did not do an assessment on that road because it's not in our jurisdiction currently. I can tell you what, Jill, do you happen to have that PCS pulled up for Newtown?
But my
think it's a
point- but
44.
my point is, we're gonna have it brought up to Marvin standards. If that's what we have to take, then we're gonna have it brought up to Marvin standards.
Yes.
So then we will have a life expectancy of however much it is, 12 years, 15 years, whatever it may
Right.
be. And then, so during that time, because we can't use PAL bill funds unless we get common space on
Right.
each side that would then bring it into Marvin, we could then have it in Marvin. We can be putting money away for that 1,500 linear feet, correct?
We could,
So-
yes.
So we would have some time to then put it away if we couldn't specifically just use PAL bill funds on it.
Yes, initially, and Chaplain will have to continue to research this on his end. I don't know if we can use the general fund dollars, the general obligation dollars that we obtain from the GEO bond for that section. That's a question that we'd still have to research. I'll write that
Why
down.
wouldn't we be?
Yeah, and the Powell bill is expressed, that's under GS 136-41-3. The Powell bill funds can only be used for the transportation improvements within the municipal limits. So that one is express. We know
Okay.
Powell bill is out.
All right, well, okay, that's fine.
I had asked you to
But-
estimate the cost. Do you know roughly what that was?
So that's the .125?
Yeah.
It would, 37,000 roughly.
Okay, and this is just a general guess. What we did was it a 44 rating?
It has a 69.3 PCS score.
Okay, so what I did was from the village limits down by South Carolina, all the way up to Rising Road, we have a PCS score of 69, so I can only assume that's what the PCS score is from there to there. That being said, that's one of the areas where we would likely probably not repave that one in the next couple of years unless you guys wanted to. We'd probably hit the worst first, the 40s and the 50s, then come to this road within the next probably 2 to 3 years once it passes.
Yeah, that's fine, but we would still have the money from the GEO bond for it.
According to Chaplain, you have to spend it within the jurisdiction, the corporate limits. So assuming that we got PDS, Ladera, and the gates to annex those common spaces, yes. If not, we could work on that over the next couple of years to obtain that.
So then how are we gonna pave down Marvin Waxaw Road?
I'm gonna get to that one in just a second.
And we don't-
Okay,
Well, that one's
so-
not in a bad state, except for way up on the other end, which is not in our jurisdiction, right? Where it's, where it's really bad, it's not in Marvin, on Waxaw Marvin Road. It was repaved 5 years ago.
I don't know when it was repaved last.
I believe it
Okay.
was 5 years ago, because it hasn't been all that long that it's been repaved. And then, but the bad parts are up past the high school where it's really falling apart, and that's not,
Okay, so Chaplain, I've got a question for you. If DOT says, okay, Marvin, here's the road, okay? And we say that we want to go through the roundabouts up to Ladera. So DOT has now said, okay, Marvin, these are your roads now. You own them. They are now in Marvin. So then how in the world are they not in Marvin? Because they're not adjacent on either side to Marvin? Well,
Because
if
more
I,
likely than not, DOT has an easement or a dedication for the road, but they don't own in fee simple underneath the road. They have a right of way across for the road.
okay, but if I back up, okay, because we always say that stuff has to be Marvin adjacent, right? In order to be in Marvin, you've got to be Marvin adjacent in order to get into Marvin. So if I back up down the road, I'm eventually gonna be Marvin adjacent at some point. So how is the road not in Marvin?
You have a half road. You're only contiguous on one side. So if you're in the opposite,
But at some point, I'm not. At some point, I'm contiguous on both sides. So how is it not in Marvin? If it's Marvin adjacent at some point on both sides, then it's got to be Marvin adjacent, period.
well, areas can go inside and outside the municipal limits. And I think that's what it would be. Just like the neighborhoods are outside on the other side of the road right of way, they're outside of the municipal limits, but on the other side of the street is within the municipal limits up to the center line of the street.
Okay, I don't like that answer.
I'm gonna work on another one.
Okay, good, thanks. Appreciate that.
So for now, do you guys want to keep that section in and then also add the .25 that we estimated.
Yes.
Again, this is just a very high-level estimate, but we want to plug something in for what we think is going to be the cost of this.
If we can't get all of the Heritage District regulated by having Newtown Road, and that means it'll stop at Rising Road, then we won't have all of it, then it doesn't make sense to me. So yes, I want it in there, and I have all faith in Chaplin and us that we will figure out how to get common spaces into Marvin, or Chaplin's gonna come up with a better answer that I like better.
So Chazo right now is adding our estimate of .125 cost of the total cost of Marvin Limits to Rising Road to include, you can just call it, oh, you got it right, Newtown to Providence Downs. And that was $36,000. And we'll come back to the tax model in just a second to show you how much that impacted it.
What year is that being plugged in?
I'm just putting it in for 25 right now.
Okay.
So just keep in mind, if we can't find a solution, we would have to work over the next several years to come up with some type of funding allocation for general fund versus POW bill if we don't have the common space opened up or finding a solution to the POW bill.
And when you say it's 37,000, is that from the roundabout over, or is that from Rising Road over?
And this is not an engineered drawn estimate. This is literally
I
us
know,
just
but
taking a
okay,
number.
but what is it? Rising Road over, or the end of the roundabout over?
Jill, on the cost allocation for that Newtown Road, what is the beginning and ending description? Marvin Limits to,
It says Marvin School Road to the South Carolina state line.
So it's
Yeah.
to this roundabout?
Yeah.
Okay, so it's 38,000 from the roundabout
Yes.
to Ladera? Okay.
and again, that's just a number that we're throwing out there. It could be a little
I got it.
more, it could be a little less.
I got it, okay.
Okay, so the next one is, the next one's Waxaw Marvin. Waxaw Marvin is very weird. There's several sections of Waxaw Marvin that are in, out, in, out, in, out. That's a problem in and of itself. We've got to find a solution for getting those parcels in that are in and out. The only suggestion that I can recommend at this point in time is to go to the very first area where we have no contiguous parcels in. And that's, I don't know if we've got that reflective in the model. That's something that Chaplin and I have been working on over the last couple of months and trying to figure out how we can, or weeks, I should say, where's our starting and stopping point for Waxaw Marvin. We feel very confident that unless we can get the parcels annexed in that are, let me see if I can pull up a map. Unless we can get those parcels annexed in that have no continuity whatsoever, we're going to recommend to go to that first starting and stopping point. And we definitely don't have that plugged into the model. I don't know if we have any of the Bonds Grove in there. You know if we do? Okay. We can work on those numbers. That's not really a huge deal, because we can keep, again, we can keep those numbers in, we can take them out as we're working on that if we see that it's not gonna work out. But to answer your question about where to pave and where to start and stop, if we had to say, if we had to give an answer today, it would be to that first point of where we have nothing in Marvin at all. It is Henry Nesbitt, right, I think it's, yeah, it's Chaplin, if you remember, it was parcel 2207. I don't know if you remember that one. That's where we said it was the first one. It's basically right at the intersection of Henry Nesbitt.
Road, because the Sedgefield is all the way down.
If you want to pass that down.
Only
Sorry,
please-
Christina, you were talking and other people were talking. What did you say?
I'm going to pass around the map. This is where we had noticed the first, you see where that intersection is? You see where the white box is? That's where the first area of not having ownership on either side.
So, okay, so at the chimneys. So if we can get the chimneys to annex in their common area, which won't cost them a thing, then we could, which would be very beneficial for them if they could get the road repaved in front of their place, along with a sidewalk that would be going down in front of their neighborhood. That would make a lot of sense for them to annex in
Not
in
to
order to
mention
get that.
That we could fix the drainage issue that's
Fix the
in front of-
drainage issue for them,
in their
if they can
front
annex
yard.
in.
You see that parcel identified as 2207? That's the one that's not in Marvin. Or if we could get that parcel approved, I'm not really sure. Chaplain and I are still working on that, like I said, so we can keep the numbers in for now. Worst case scenario, we keep the numbers in, we can always take it out later.
Oh, that very first house there in the corner, huh? Isn't in.
Okay, so Marvin School, Newtown, that covers all of that. And then Marvin School, there's really no issues other than right here beside us, which hopefully will get addressed with the Gates of Ansley and their common space. Aside from that, there's pretty much no gaps in Marvin School Road.
Okay, and again, Christina, I just want to reiterate that if any of these neighborhoods annex in their common space,
Yes.
that does not mean that they are paying an additional tax on that land, correct?
I would encourage them to talk to their attorney, but there are statutes that exempt HOA common space to not have to pay taxes. Now, it's all how they're individually set up, but generically, I would say the answer is yes.
Okay. And then if some of their neighbors want to, and they're adjacent to those common areas, they'd be able to annex in way easier.
They could.
Yes.
Yeah, they could annex one at a time if they're adjacent.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
And then that also includes Bonds Grove. Obviously, Bonds Grove wouldn't be touched at all. Well, I guess it could be. But if we're going to stop on Waxhaw Marvin at the first non-Marvin area, we would have to figure out where to pick back up on Bonds Grove. So I haven't even looked at that road to figure out where we would start back up on Waxhaw Marvin. So I'm just throwing that out there. We'll have to talk about that one later. But as of now, that could be a problematic issue if we don't get some of the gaps closed in Waxhaw Marvin. Again, we'll leave the numbers in for now. We can always take them out. But aside from that, DOT was good with pretty much everything else. So they're working on what I've dubbed as a Phase 1 letter, which is including all the internal roads within Marvin. They're working on that letter with an intent to relinquish, and then as we clean up some of these issues, we're going to work on a Phase 2 of all the other common areas that we're discussing now. Do y'all have any questions on any of that? Okay. I just wanted to reiterate that if we can't find a solution to the POW bill, using the POW bill dollars for these roads that are not Marvin, we will have to find some type of funding allocation, which we can work on. Any questions? Okay. The next topic I wanted to go on is private roads. We initially did not plan for any private roads to be paved or resurfaced or anything in the GO bond, but I know as we start the public education efforts, we're going to have a lot of questions on, what about me if I'm a private road owner? Are you going to pave my road? The roads estimated for private roads were about $800,000 or $900,000. In the past, we've had, I know at least one subdivision, possibly two, come to us and ask for an assessment, which basically allows for us to pave those roads and do tax assessments on their property over a course of however many years we decide to do it. Essentially, it's us fronting the money and then charging back the property owners in their tax bill. We would still have the same authority to foreclose on property if that wasn't paid. So the recouping of the money is still very high. And it goes with the land. So if someone is on a road today that's private and they're planning on selling their house in a couple of years, they can still have that road resurfaced and have the subsequent homeowners pay for it if they do the assessment. It's a legal process in the state of North Carolina. I think it goes up to 8 to 10 years, so we could essentially project out that cost from 8 to 10 years, and it's all based on linear road footage. And 50% of those homeowners, or 50% of the linear footage owners would have to agree to that assessment. So Robinwood, for example, if they wanted to come in and get their roads paved, they would have to rally amongst their neighborhood to get over 50% of linear footage owners to say yes. They provide that petition to us. We go out and have an engineered study drawn of how much it's gonna cost, then we charge that back to them. They will have to sign more additional paperwork, but we would charge that assessment back to them in their tax bill over the course of however long y'all decided to do it. Yes, yeah, yeah. It would be an individual assessment. So if at Firethorn, let's say your roads were bad and we didn't own them, y'all owned them, you could come to us and say, hey, can you make this happen? We would go out and measure. Joe owns 500 linear footage, Jamie owns 800, so Jamie's gonna be a little bit more, Joe's gonna be a little bit less, and then you would pay that over the course of 5, 10 years.
I'm missing something when essentially Firethorn, we owned the roads at one point that we had to turn them over. But we had to spend our own money to bring them up to a certain level
That's right.
before they got turned over. Why wouldn't we do the same?
We would,
Okay.
but
it
we would just help them because.
We would front the
they-
money.
They don't have enough money to do it themselves. So we would float them a loan and they could pay us back over time.
But of the loan, are we, what you're saying is basically they're just paying us back the cost of the repair
Yeah.
of the paving. We can't,
Charge them to carry?
right, Can
An
we
interest
charge a
rate, yeah,
carry?
you can charge them an interest rate.
but that has to be agreed upon before they even go to the whole
Yes.
thing? Okay.
Yeah, and there's statutes that dictate up to how much. I can't remember right now. It's been a while since I've looked at it, but you can. And there's also a prepayment discount, so to say, for that person if they want to just be done with it. And
Okay. Okay.
So you brought this to us, I don't know, a couple years ago maybe. And at that point, I was not for it because we were going to have to try to find the money and do everything. We're still going to have to find the money, but we're going to have it with the GO bond. So I'm okay doing it, but I'm with Jamie, like if there's a carry cost for it, then they need to be paying that interest rate. So I'm fine if we want to do that. I just don't know how we plan for that because we don't know if anybody wants to do it, but we need those numbers. So I know we can put the numbers in there, and if we don't need it, we don't have to pull from it, so then the tax rate won't be as much as if we pulled it.
That's correct.
Okay.
well, it kind of goes in line with what I'm going to talk about next. Are all of y'all of that same opinion? Is everyone okay with, I guess, advertising that we're going to address private roads by a petition format?
Yeah, I mean, everybody's got to be on board. It can't be like one house and they're like, I'm in, and we pave in front of their house. Like, it's got to be the whole neighborhood.
So the way that the statutes work is I don't know the specific details, but I know it's over 50% of the linear footage owners. So you could have an area where four people are on the street and one person is a 75% owner and the other three are just little hits and misses that equal 25%, and you could still have that one property owner that says, let's do it, make it happen, and the other four homeowners, or other three homeowners aren't.
SOL?
Yeah.
Okay, I don't love that. So again, I'm going to need everybody in the neighborhood to be on board with doing it before I even think about doing that.
We can create a policy for it that dictates that, but statutorily, that's the way that I
I mean,
just mentioned could happen.
statutorily, that's fine, but that doesn't mean that that's how we have to do it.
Okay,
Correct?
that's
Like,
right, yeah.
statutorily, we
Yeah.
could force somebody to do it, but I don't want to do that.
That's
I
right.
would much rather everybody be on board, wanting to do it and wanting to, have this extra.
Everybody is in 100%?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Most
'cause
of the time,
some
when you
people
have
may just
those,
not be able to afford to do it.
Correct.
And you don't want to push
And
something
I don't
on
want to
somebody
force
that.
that on
right,
somebody, correct?
Right.
most of the time, when you have those minor owners that oppose it, it's going to be either a smaller linear footage, which means a smaller cost, and they just don't want to do it, so we can make the policy around it. We as staff want to be able to educate the public as to how the GO bond is going to have an implication on them. They're going to pay the tax, are they going to get anything for it? Yes, we would be willing to do the petition format according to our policy, is kind of what I'm hearing.
I mean, I'm fine with it, but I think there needs to be some parameters set around it.
And we would come back to you all before that. We just want to make sure that y'all are conceptually okay with fronting the money for an area that wants to have the roads paved.
I mean, essentially, we're funding the money for everybody. But, right, like, you do front the money for my neighborhood, like you front it for in front of Andy's house.
Yeah, but you're
But-
not paying it back.
Right, but I'm just saying, essentially, like, we're doing it for everybody, so why wouldn't we do it for the private roads? Yes, they're private, they're gonna own them, we're not gonna own them nor have to maintain them, but we would want them to be brought up to our standards, and that's what we're doing. So if we can help them do it and do it a little bit more economically than them just doing it on their own, you know, getting economies of scale, because we're doing large projects, then I don't know why we wouldn't offer that.
Yeah, and
I just don't wanna force people to do it, that's
one
my whole thing.
point of clarification we need to look up, me and Chaplain do, is I'm not so sure they can maintain to be, they can be private. I think they have to go to public at that point. So Chaplain and I will look that up.
That would be bringing it up to our standards so that we would then maintain it, take it over and maintain it from there.
Well, we should already know, we know what neighborhoods those are, and there's only a few, so I'm fine for this exercise, setting that, you know, bringing that in, but we need to kind of be proactive in reaching out to them and saying, okay, you need to do your due diligence on whether your neighborhood is gonna be for it or against it. We don't, it's not up to us, we've allocated the funds for it through the bond and going from that standpoint. So for this exercise, yes.
Okay.
But we could be proactive in going to the neighborhoods and saying, this is what you guys need to do, and give them the box that they need to play in.
Okay.
And go from
Well,
there.
we'll come up with some policy creation so y'all can wrap your head around it. We'll look up the private roads versus public after the assessment's done. I also want to note, as we're talking about the financial model, if we are recouping the money over a course of 5 years, so to say, I'm not really sure we need to put it in as an expense, because it's not really going to be an expense that we have to additionally plan for, because we're getting the money back.
Okay.
So-
Chazo, when do you need to know that number by?
So that would just need to be known when we submit our application to the local government commission that puts the amount that's going to be on the referendum question. And so right now that is beginning of November, so ideally sometime maybe.
Okay, so we've got a little bit of time to see if we can reach out to some of these people, Christina, that you may think.
Yeah, I don't think we need to plug the number in, though, because we would get that money back within 5 years. And if we're talking about doing one tranche in, let's say 25, one tranche in 25, 5 years from there, 3 years from there, we will already be generating that money back into our coffers. so
Oh,
that we're-
okay, so you don't think that we would need to factor
I don't
that
think
in
we do.
there?
I mean, we could probably plug in $100,000 just for engineering costs that we may not charge back to them. I mean, total cost of all private roads right now is estimated at $900,000.
Okay, so it's basically just gonna be a wash then, it's not gonna
Yeah.
be, okay, I got it, okay.
We just want to make sure we're putting that information out to the public, that that's a possibility. Do you agree?
I would just say, from the modeling tax impact standpoint, it will be a wash, but if it is something that we do want to consider for the general obligation bond referendum, that number will need to be included in our max authorization amount. So if it is $900,000, that'll need to go on top of all the other road
But
projects.
Christina's saying, like, let's say that we did it in the first, like, we paved their roads in the first section of it. We'd already be getting paid back, so we wouldn't have to pull as much on the second issuance, right? Is that what
Yes.
you're saying, Christina?
Yes, but I think you're saying that if it's a part of the project initially that we're going to spend the money on, it needs to be in there.
Right, so for example, if all other projects aside from the private roads were $14 million, and that's just what you went to the public with, but then you use part of that $14 million to pay for private roads, then you're just siphoning off money that could go to other projects. Even though
But-
you're getting paid back quicker than you would repay the debt, that doesn't refresh or bump back up your authorization authority to issue a second tranche down the line. So you would want to include $14.9 million, for example. You can use up to that 14.9, but if all the private roads don't come to fruition, then you can repurpose that authorization, you can just let it lapse. But even though you're getting repaid back, you still need to have that max amount authorized to issue the debt up front.
But you would borrow, the money that you would use in the first tranche, you would have it paid back by the time the second tranche is pulled, so therefore you wouldn't have as much as you've estimated in the first, or the second. You and I can talk about that offline. From the modeling standpoint, it it shouldn't affect the bottom line. We'll talk about that. The only other thing I wanted to mention to you is the potential for a traffic mitigation fund. This would impact the model. Over the course of 5 years that I've been here, we've constantly had people come in and ask for speed tables, stop signs, that kind of stuff in their subdivisions, crosswalks, pedestrian refuges, like we've had a lot of those requests. We've offered to do cost share with HOAs, like when the unfortunate case on Joe Carr where the pedestrian fatality, we had about 3 subdivisions over there that wanted to do a pedestrian refuge / crosswalk. We offered a cost share with them. None of them were willing to do it at that point in time. So we just want to know, do you all want to put some type of money that reoccurs to help some of these minor projects that come up when they come up for these requests?
If it's internal, I would want the HOA to fully fund it. But if it's shared road that's near, I would be open to it.
Like Marvin School or Joe Carr?
Right. That is more of a public use, whereas if it's internal, because we have to go through this again with DOT, they said, fine, first of all, we'll do a study to see if it even warrants it. Once we got that study back, they said, you're good to go. It's all on us. We didn't get any money from the village, we didn't get any money from them. It was our neighborhood that we wanted to control the speed. Do I have that right, Jamie?
So,
I mean, I'm not sure why.
Marvin Creek had to pony up their money too for theirs.
Right. So let's just keep it the same.
Okay.
From that perspective. But then I agree if there's issues, Joe Carr Road, speeding issues right there, that's a commonly used road there from some that are not neighbors.
so what we can do, and it's hard for us to really say how much to put in there, because if you're talking about just a crosswalk with lights and that kind of stuff, it's fairly cheap. I say cheap, meaning $40,000. But if you're talking about adding in a refuge, and you can, Bjorn, you can probably correct my numbers if I'm wrong. When you're talking about adding in a refuge, you're talking about expanding the area of the road, and therefore it's going to be a lot more costly. I'd say upwards of $60,000 to $80,000 on those types of areas. So I don't know if you just want to leave that alone and not put anything in the model, and if we have a surplus of funds from us being able to save money elsewhere, we can talk about it at that point in time, or if you want to put in a couple $100,000 for addressing those areas.
I thought we had some money in there for crosswalks, especially on Joe Carr and Marvin. No? Because, I mean, we've got some issues on Joe Carr about crossing the street, and I know that we had wanted to kind of cost share with the neighborhoods over there. But I think that as we're doing these road improvements and we can do some of these things with the bond money, I don't know why we wouldn't put some money in there. And I'm sure that your quotes that you got from a few years ago, Christina, are probably not accurate, but we can at least,
Oh, hang on.
just for safety purposes.
You've got CIP numbers.
Nobody's listening to me
Sorry,
now.
I remember we have some stuff marked in the CIP, and I don't know
I mean,
if he's got,
it's
you've
the
got
story of my
CIP
life.
in the dashboard,
This is all
or in the,
projects here.
computer, park projects. But this reflects, okay. We do not have anything specific in there about crosswalks. So if y'all want to add some in there, we can. Or we can do the approach of if we save on other projects as we anticipate we're doing, we can address that situation then.
So do we want to add crosswalks?
Yeah, I think so, yeah.
I'm inclined to say yes.
Refresh my memory, would street lights be included in that too?
No.
No, okay.
So y'all want to add 200,000?
Well, do you remember what the quotes were? And again, I'm sure that they've
I-
gone up
I
dramatically,
remember-
inflation and all.
I remember the Joe Carr situation was about $40,000.
Each?
I want to say yes.
See, I feel like we were getting all three at around 90. Does that not sound right? Maybe because we were
I
doing
think you're right.
bulk?
I think I remember that.
Maybe.
Bjorn, do you have any general idea of refuge, crosswalks?
I mean, the cost you gave before is in the ballpark. It's definitely a situation. I
So I would say 50 for just a normal crosswalk like you see down Marvin School Road. If you're talking about making a refuge, you're probably talking about $100,000.
Okay. I mean, we know we have at least 4 places that I can think of right off the top of my head. There's probably gonna be more than that.
Are those where you'd want a refuge, or would you want just a regular crosswalk?
No, just like some sort of, not necessarily refuge, just a crosswalk, just to have something lit up, so it's just a little bit safer.
Well,
know.
it depends on the speed zone too, because if it's over 35, it requires a refuge, if I'm not mistaken.
Wow, if I have the roads, we're gonna have 10-mile-an-hour roads through Marvin.
I'm just,
so-
just throwing that out there, that I'm pretty sure if it's over 35, you have to have a refuge if you're crossing. 'Cause that's why they had to do that down here.
And then they lowered the speed
And then they
limit.
lowered the speed limit, but that was why that refuge was placed.
Okay,
Well, we can create 250,000, and then we can create a committee, a subcommittee to help decide
okay,
how that's gonna look.
okay.
For the purposes of this model, are we gonna do 50,000 per year? What is that? Okay. 50,000 a year, starting 2025, going 5 years in a row?
He's just gonna put it in the first tranche,
Okay.
so you're gonna put 250.
Especially like if we do it on Joe Carr, then we might as well do all of them at the same time while we're, doing the road.
Okay, so he's got 250 in.
Ooh, on Joe Carr, 20, 15?
I'd be toast.
You would be toast.
So aside from that, I wanted Jill to recap all the projects, and this is gonna be time-consuming, but I wanna make sure everyone's on the same page with all the projects that are listed for the GO for the roads, just to make sure there's nothing that y'all think that we've forgotten, that you thought was in there. So kind of wrap this up in a nice, pretty bow, tell you the major tax impact, because once we start the public education piece, which Austin's going to get to in just a second, this kind of is what we're going to push out there. These are the projects, this is the tax impact, this is how we're doing it. So if Jill, you can spend a couple minutes to go through each line by line on those specific projects, that'd be awesome.
So just to confirm, only the ones that we have listed roads referendum fund,
Yes.
correct?
Now, none of what she's saying, none of what we're doing right now covers anything to do with the parks.
Okay. So under road referendum fund, the projects that I show as being turned on is the roundabout at Waxhaw Marvin and Bonds Grove Church Road. Did we turn that off?
We turned that on, and that is just our share. That is not the total cost with the county and CRTPO, just our share.
Okay. Then we have wayfinding signs, Phase 1 through 4. Then we have the S2B, Stacy Howie Road, Waxhaw Marvin Greenway. We have the C5 intersection of Joe Carr and Marvin Road. We have S2A, Waxhaw Marvin Road and Newtown Road. C1, which is Tom Short Road. C20A, intersection of Newtown and Marvin School Road. S2C, Crane Road. S1B, the remaining portion, Wheatfield Drive to Saddle Ave. C15, Waxhaw Marvin Road.
Jill, go back to, would you say Crane Road? On Waxhaw Marvin, that section? Is that what you said?
It says S2C, Crane Road, in parentheses, Waxhaw Marvin Greenway.
And Tyler's making a copy real quick of the map so y'all can visualize what she's saying, so he'll be right back with that copy.
Is that the Greenway or is that the road?
The Greenway. You said S1, or,
S2C.
yeah. Any of the numbers like that would be a Greenway.
Okay, sorry.
So should it not have road referendum? Should it have Greenway instead?
No,
Okay, just checking.
because it's for transportation purposes.
Okay. I don't know, not sure where I left off, but. Just start there. Okay. No, you're fine. So S1B is the remaining portion, Wheatfield Drive to Saddle Ave. C15, Waxhaw Marvin Road. And it says Bonds Grove Church Greenway. C20B, Marvin Eford Park, Newtown Road Greenway. C-17 Bonds Grove Church Road. Then we have NCDOT totals. We have sidewalk acquisition and repairs, street blades, miscellaneous drainage. Then the three that we just added, Newtown Road from the roundabout to Ladera/PDS. We have the private roads that we just agreed to take on, potentially. And then we have traffic mitigation/crosswalks/safety improvements.
So Tyler just passed out the map to you all. There is one section that's missing that we've actually got updated. I just don't have it here, but C1 was one of the ones that you guys added in, which is one that she mentioned. So that's not highlighted in purple, but that is one included, just so y'all know. Everything else, you'll see the purple overlay, and those are the trails that we have slated for transportation purposes in the general obligation bond for roads. Is there anything that you guys see that we missed, that we didn't, that we shouldn't have put in?
I think I'm good. I think it looks great. I'm so excited about this. I mean, that is gonna be massive connectivity for all sides of the village. This is gonna, if we can get this passed, this is gonna be amazing.
So this map that you see here, we generated this from our consultants that did our master plan for Parks and Greenways. We are going to pass this along to our communications consultants for the GEO bond, so they'll actually make it a lot more prettier, a lot more nicer for the public to absorb this section. And Austin will get to that in just a second, but if everybody's good with this, I'm going to ask Chazo to give you guys again the tax impact in the years that you guys will know.
So excluding private roads, right now, we are at about $14.7 million of road-related projects. That's about $300,000 or so higher than what we started with last time. So when Christina mentioned that the roads were 4.5 cents, gone up a little bit now. Right now, it's about 4.75 cents, so a 0.25 cent increase above where we were when we started this morning. And that is beginning in year fiscal 2026, assuming that we issue half of the bonds in fiscal year 2025. And then 3 years later, we're assuming we take the second half and issue that, and that would be an additional 2.75 cents, which would take us up to 7.5 cents. And now again, this includes an above-market interest rate assumption. So obviously, when the time comes for us to issue the debt, we'll have current market interest rates at that time, and we can refresh the model to suggest for that particular budget year what the property tax rate would need to be. But for planning purposes, we want to be a little bit on the high side just so that we're not missing the mark and having to come back to the public later with a property tax increase above what we stated.
What was the 2.5 year?
The 2.75 would be in fiscal year 2029.
So a total of 7.5.
Yep, at the max, it would be 7.5 cents. But as the principal and interest on the bonds start to pay down, as presumably your value of a penny continues to grow, you can reduce that over time if you want to mirror it with the debt repayments, or if you want to keep it in place, you can use those dollars for other purposes.
Any questions on that? Any questions on the map here? Because we're going to roll with this once we leave here. Okay.
Good.
And again, this is just for transportation. This is not including the parks, which doesn't, if you want to go over that number one more time, we have not changed anything on that.
Well, I was gonna ask about the park, because you and I had a conversation about the drainage and the situation with current Village Hall site, amphitheater, possible site. Can we roll the drainage study, the drainage work into that project? Because what they're asking for now in terms of the cost to do it, I would much rather roll it in to that than.
We can, and so remember that number that we had in the parks model was around 3 million. I can't remember exactly, was it 3.5?
3.5.
This number was given to us by the consultants, McAdams, that did the master plan. These are not engineered drawn estimates, so we don't know for sure that number is exactly right. We can add another $200,000 in there to drainage if you would like, but that 3.5 could include some of that. I don't have an engineered stamped plan, so
All right.
we can roll with this and just try to figure out, what would y'all rather do? Have more in there? Well, how, if you just, if you add
What's
two.
the tax implication on it right now?
So on the 3.5 million for the parks, that's about 2.25 cents.
So if we added another couple $100,000 for drainage and studies and engineering costs, what would that be? What? It's not gonna go up much, I know, but what would it be? Just for fun?
So round numbers, if I went from 3.5 to 3.75, it's about another 0.25 cents.
Okay, so 2.5 then.
Yes.
Okay. I mean, I'd rather have more in there and not need it and be able to pay it back quicker and drop the tax implication than not have it and need it.
Yeah, I mean, that's a wise,
And again, it's not our decision, so, I mean, we're putting it out there.
right, but it's better to have it, not need it, than need it, not have it,
I agree.
so.
Okay. Chazo, can you change that?
Yes, absolutely.
Thank
So that would be 3.75 million on the parks referendum, and that would be at a 2.5-cent tax increase whenever that hits. We're assuming right now in fiscal '26, but whenever you all issue that portion of the debt.
Thank you.
That's everything that I had for geo bonds. Does anybody have any questions, comments, concerns on anything? In just a couple of minutes, Austin will go over the communications plan, which is pretty in-depth, and y'all can have another opportunity at that point in time, but for the most part, we're gonna roll with the numbers that are here, the tax implications that are here. You'll start seeing some of that public education piece roll out shortly, and Austin will get to that in just a second.
That's going to be more towards the end of the meeting, though.
That's all I have, Mr. Mayor.
All right. Next up, we have presentation of, give me a second. Presentation of Union County 2023 Critical Intersection Analysis, and consider adoption of resolution supporting the Union County 2023 Critical Intersection Analysis.
And so we started in January. We had a stakeholders committee comprising of staff from each of the communities, DOT, CARTPO, Union County. And we met until August. Our September meeting's actually supposed to be tomorrow, but we canceled it because we didn't necessarily need it. And went through the schedule you see here. So we identified intersections based on local knowledge. We confirmed our ranking process, started collecting data on traffic counts, crashes, the configurations of the intersection, constructability concerns. We went out for public outreach, which was remarkably successful. We then analyzed all that information and confirmed our scores for the projects, and then came up with our top 15. That 15 is not a magic number, it's just what we started with 7 years ago when we started this process, and we've kept that same number as we have done updates over the years. And so now in July and August into September, presentations and adoptions. So we've presented to most of the municipalities that are impacted. We actually have 8 that have locations, which is good. It means that there's a geographic dispersion to the locations. And we'll go to the Board of Commissioners in mid-September for adoption. So in terms of the public outreach, the western part of the county was well represented. We had nearly 3,000 people countywide. Marvin had over 100 respondents, which was consistent with half of the municipalities in the county. We had really good outreach. Priorities were safety and congestion. I'll note that I didn't word the question very well about safety and congestion because I asked them independently, And when asked independently, people said that's the number one priority, which is obviously impossible. So I needed to have it in the same question for the future. But they are both important, and they're both considered in the evaluation process. Truck traffic, it's a consideration. It wasn't a particularly strong one, though. Geographic dispersion, not so much. People wanted to prioritize growing areas. Bike ped, it's a consideration. It shouldn't be the only reason why we choose a location. And congestion safety comments were made throughout the county on transportation needs in general. So we heard a lot about a lot of issues that weren't necessarily at a specific intersection. We also received them for Indian Land and Charlotte as things that they just wanted to get it off their chest. So the scoring process we used, the previous cycle used a nice round number of 100. It's now 115 because the two rows at the bottom, multimodal considerations and constructability, were added. It says that a project score or a location scores better if there's a readily identified pedestrian or bicycle deficiency at that location, or by improving that intersection, you're going to help connect the network. And then constructability is let's prioritize locations that are easier to build than just hoping for the best. And so that was a consideration as well, to know how much high power electricity lines, water, sewer, historic buildings, other types of considerations that are just going to make a project more complicated. And the public outreach process was very useful. We identified multiple intersections that made it into the list as a result of what the public asked to say. It doesn't mean it was mob rules. It just meant that they identified issues that we then looked at and said, for most of them, yes, this is the location that actually scores really well and we should include it. And one of which is not necessarily in Marvin, but a lot of Marvin residents would use, which is Ray Road and Marvin School. Some locations didn't make it in. They're also, not necessarily in this part of the county, more towards the Indian Trail, Stallings, Monroe area, where there are intersections that have objectively bad congestion and safety scores. The problem is they've already been essentially built out. And so the solution is not necessarily improving that intersection, it's improving the corridor, which is beyond our capability of what we're considering through this process. Also, the CARTPO prioritization process for their long-range plan historically has only looked at corridor widenings or new roads, your Monroe Expressways, your Providence Roads of the world, not necessarily intersection improvements. But we successfully argued over the last couple of years that, one, there just isn't enough money to do everything you've talked about in the past. And secondly, you can get a lot of cost-effective improvements by focusing at larger intersections, particularly ones that are too expensive for the locals to consider on their own. A perfect example is 75 and Potter, which is in downtown Mineral Springs. If you're driving towards Monroe on 75, it's a bad intersection. You have a lot right on the intersection, and a part of the reason why the intersection is complicated to improve is because you have the railroad tracks not even 100 yards to the north. Why should a town be responsible for improving an intersection and on an NC highway and a Class 1 freight railroad as opposed to the DOT? So that's why we were able to successfully argue that in situations like that, they should be able to be evaluated through CARTPO's long-range plan, meaning they make it into the STIP and they get implemented by the DOT without local match. And that impacts 3 intersections, all of which are actually going to be evaluated in this STIP cycle. 74 and 601 is one of the highest freight bottlenecks in the entire region. Rocky River and Old Charlotte Highway, that is where the railroad, the CSX railroad going to Charlotte, crosses at a diagonal. You actually have 2 railroad crossings within 100 yards of that intersection. It's horrible. We actually submitted that as a railroad project, so it might get funded, not as a highway improvement project, but as a railroad improvement project, which is a different pot of funds. And then one in Hemby Bridge, which are 2 intersections right there in their downtown, which have a huge amount of floodplain, it's very congested, and is in need of improvement. It's going to be very expensive, and there's no way that Hemby Bridge could come up with a local match on its own. That's actually being submitted as a STIP project as well. So we've grown and matured and been able to take advantage of different flexibility and pots of funds to implement these recommendations. So what people care about the most is, did my intersection make the list? So here's the list. There's 15. There is a score associated with them. I will not say that the highest scoring one is the number one priority, because we partner all the time. We obviously have partnered with the village, we've partnered with the DOT, with municipalities, and whoever wants to submit a project and partner with us becomes our priority. This just helped us determine what should make it into the list. For example, we're committing $75,000 in partnership with Wesley Chapel for the 4th intersection, Newtown and Cuthbertson. The DOT said, we think a roundabout is the right thing to put here. We don't have all the money. We'd like to go to CARTPO for some. We need some local match. Wesley Chapel and Union County, would you come up with the money? Wesley Chapel's already committed to it. Board of Commissioners are going to consider that at their meeting on Tuesday. Fairly confident that that's going to get approved. So that's an example of partnership and how we're moving these ahead. So I'll stop here for a sec. Do you have any questions about this list or what I've presented so far? Okay. So there were there's one location that's on this list now, which was Stacy Howie and Waxhaw Marvin. I would note that you are also being considered, or you've also been asked as a part of previous critical intersection analyses to approve lists, one of which was Joe Carr and Marvin. And a reason why we weren't able to advance that as a project was because Marvin Road was on the federal aid system. The DOT may own 80,000 miles of roads, but only a subset of that, the most important roads, actually are on the federal aid system where they can use federal dollars to make the capital improvements that may be needed. We were able to, between City of Charlotte, Union County, and Marvin, we were able to successfully argue that this road serves that caliber of traffic and should be added. It's since been added, so now it's an option if the village, in cooperation with the county, wanted to submit that intersection to get designed and cost estimates developed to help with future grant applications. You also have the option of Stacy Howie and Waxhaw Marvin. I'll note that Union County is willing to go into a 50-50 share on the local match. The estimated cost per location is $40,000. That's the budget. So 20% of that's $8,000. We assume that if it's inside a municipality, we'll split it 50-50. So your share is $4,000. However, we only have $20,000 to work with, so which means we're talking five intersections, and we've had interest for more than 5. So what we determined internally is a way to be fair is to say, okay, with all the municipalities that have 2 or more locations you could consider, we'll go 50-50 with you on the first one, but for the subsequent one, if you're willing to put in all the match, we could include that in our list, but otherwise, you've got to choose a location. Like if you only want to go in on the 50-50 arrangement, you'd have to choose which one of these 2 locations you want to have submitted as part of this design grant, which is due to CARTPO at the end of October. So we have about 2 months to figure this out.
And if you were sitting in our chair, how would you prioritize that from, if we had to choose?
Joe Carr and Marvin.
Bjorn, where do we stand with Waxhaw Marvin and Bonds Grove Church?
We executed the interlocal last week, and we've kind of run into we'll work through it, but we're working through a little bit of finance contractual issues with the DOT, because our finance officer, because we're the applicant essentially, and we're contracting with the DOT. The DOT is saying, well, you need to acknowledge that if there's overruns, you're going to be responsible for those, to which our finance department says, well, we don't know what that number is, so we can't sign for it until we know what that number is. And it's that interpretation's actually, and if finance director's here, you can confirm or deny this, that there's been recent changes in like the responsibilities of finance departments for local governments that kind of hits on that accounting situation. So we're trying to figure out what to do, but we'll we'll work on it. So that's, the fact that we're in that contracting process right now so that the DOT can start the design process, considering 12 months ago, you were being asked to consider putting grant money on it, is remarkably fast. I mean, yes, Newtown and Marvin's under construction right now, and that's great, but how many years ago did that process start? So we're pretty pleased that that's where we actually stand with it right now.
Because that's got to be priority, especially when they're talking about the widening of Providence.
That's why,
I mean, it has
that's why
to
we
be.
identified it.
Right.
That's right. And the DOT agrees, and that's why we're potentially going to design within months.
So I'd like to add, so in your packets, I have drafted a resolution. The first part of the resolution is supporting the 15 intersections in their critical intersection findings. And I also then, in the highlighted section of that draft, up to council's discretion, if we would like to ask the county to include both intersections, Joe Carr and Marvin and Stacy Howie and Marvin, or just one of those in the grant application to CRTPO. As Bjorn mentioned, there is a funding that we would have to be on the hook for that grant application. So if we want to discuss that now, I mean, or I think we can adopt the resolution just supporting the intersections and then have further discussion at the September meeting about the two intersections. Correct, it's 4,000.
That is correct. We don't, it'd be nice to, put this issue to bed, but you don't have to make a decision on the design grant application at today's meeting. You really have through September to allow us to then respond to it at our October meetings. It's not, but it's not today, that's all.
But if we do one, if we just do Joe Carr and Marvin, we would be on the hook for 4,000 of that grant application. If we do both, it would be 12,000 total.
Correct. So putting things in perspective, August, September, October, this is what we're working on.
Need a motion?
Well, you want to talk about it?
Bring it up for
I mean,
discussion.
they're both terrible.
Yeah.
I mean, so
When
if
that,
we- if
when,
we-
when the Costco comes online, I suspect that the roads that you can sneak through from Waxhaw Marvin over to 521 are gonna be impacted.
But when the who comes to where?
The Costco,
Online, when they,
Where's the Costco going?
Possum Hollow and 521.
Indian Land,
Shut your mouth.
I'm telling you. I got a new home to go to.
Okay, all right. I mean, I think we should do both. I mean, I know it's gonna be a little bit more because we have to pick both, but I think if we can get the process started for both of these, correct? Like, that's really what you wanna do. You've gotta get the process started. Once you get the process started, then we can really go out for more funding opportunities.
Yeah, step one is identifying the location. Step two is
Which we've
what
done.
should be done at that location. Step three is getting the money to do what was determined in step two.
Okay, so now we're to step 3, right? Get the money for it, to do the
No,
design.
no, well, no, I'm saying the money to build it.
Oh, to build
That's
it.
step
Oh.
3.
Okay.
Do we have 12,000 if the council decides to do both intersections?
We do not, we'd have to do a budget amendment.
Budget amendment, okay.
That would be an FY '25 expense. It would not be, the bill would not come due this
So-
fiscal year.
So basically, we would just be committing those funds, and then we'd incorporate that 12,000 match for the grant in next fiscal year.
Okay.
And refresh my memory, what's the remedy for Marvin School Road and Ray?
We don't have one. That hasn't been designed either.
Okay. That's right, it's not.
I mean, it could be dual lefts. That's something that's an option, but I can't say. Hasn't been designed.
It just, yeah.
Because that's where it backs up.
But
is the left.
it's not only traffic, it's a lack of sidewalks. We've had Hunter Oaks HOA reps call us in the past saying, hey, can you guys install a sidewalk there? No, we can't. But, if we got a project, this is an example of where we could do something like that.
Right. So Hunter, I'm looking at the resolution. The second whereas, it says identified 2 intersections in Marvin, Stacy Howie and Waxhaw Marvin. Where's the second one?
Sorry, that should just be one.
Okay,
I've got it pulled up, so I'm amending it as we go.
okay. And then we've got this Joe Carr and Marvin. Got it, okay.
Yeah, Joe Carr and Marvin was identified in their 2019, or maybe,
Yes.
and so that's why it wasn't in their new updated 2023, because it's still eligible.
That's fine. I just wanted to clarify that, make sure that it didn't need to have two and have both of them there, or just say one and just have the one. Okay, I'm good with this. What do you guys think?
I'm good with it.
I'm good with it.
Could we add, because for your sake, for the two intersections, I have it reading that now it be resolved that the village council hereby supports the results of the Union County 2023 critical intersection analysis and requests the intersections of Joe Carr and Marvin and the intersection of Stacy Howie and Waxhaw Marvin to be included in the county's design grant application. Do we need to add language just in that funding be committed in the next fiscal year?
Whatever works for you to account for those funds is fine. We'll deal with it. I mean, we'll go through the interlocal process in 2024.
Do we need to, we're good how it reads? Okay.
We're good. I'll just put it in the budget for next year.
So, yeah, someone want to?
Yeah, I'll do it. I'm good. So Hunter, you actually changed the resolution?
Austin is right now.
Okay. So can I just do it as presented since you're changing it? Or do you want me to say it? Okay, so I'm going to make a motion to adopt a resolution supporting the Union County 2023 critical intersection analysis in support of including the intersection of Joe Carr Road and Marvin Road and the intersection of Stacy Howie and Waxhaw Marvin Roads to be included in the CRTPO design grant application.
Further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thanks, Bjorn.
Thank you for your time.
Nice to see you.
You too.
And I'm going to call for a quick break before we go into this next.
Thank you.
thing. So,
Motion for a 5-minute recess. Thank you.
all's in favor?
Aye.
Thanks, Bjorn. Our breakfast?
Yeah.
Just in time for then Chipotle. Before what?
Chipotle,
Oh, is that coming?
yeah.
Hey, buddy.
I'm having breakfast.
Me too. I brought it yesterday and didn't get to it. So. What was I supposed to look at that? It's not a dial-in, because then he has access to talk. You have to go to YouTube. No, you can watch it live.
Where's everyone at? Where's everyone at?
Bathroom, I'm guessing. The line for the potty was long.
Oh, was. There's no way we're getting out of here at noon.
I said that, didn't I? Yeah, we're not. Where are you trying to go?
I have to go to Greenville, deliver some furniture for my daughter. It's a smorgasbord.
Hey, Austin. All right, so Ron said,
Give me 1 second. That spell.
What is it?
It's that building code one. Yeah, I'm good. It's the building code one.
I'm going to jump back into reopening our session and work session. And next up, we have on the agenda is discuss. Why is it not coming up? Okay. Discuss and consider adoption of an ordinance for conditional rezoning application CZ 2023-1 to rezone the 1.51 acres located at 9908 Newtown Road from R Marvin Residential to the Marvin Heritage District, commercial only.
Okay, so council, if you recall, we held the public hearing on August 8th, heard from the residents. We closed that public hearing and tabled the decision. So this is kind of that discussion portion between the council. I do want to kind of go over, just to refresh your memory, the staff report of the submittal and highlight some kind of key points. So the submittal is for the rezoning of the former Scott White property, Crane House property, from Marvin Residential to the Marvin Heritage District Commercial only. The applicant is Zepsa et al. But Zepsa Capital LLC. They are proposing to renovate the existing home, add a commercial kitchen, and the proposal of 2 additional commercial mixed-use retail buildings on the site. The applicant also, the site, from a buffer standpoint, it's a 20-foot no undisturbed buffer on their property to couple with the 30 feet of the preserved common open space for a total of 50 feet. That back building sits 84 feet off their rear property line. It sits 114 feet from the property line of any residential properties in the preserve. The applicant is proposing 28.26% of landscaping and buffering, about 12% of pedestrian-oriented hardscape and outdoor amenities. This totals 40% of reserved open space for the development, which succeeds the minimum of 30% per the ordinance. The applicant is also proposing to construct originally the easement at the front for the Marvin Loop. They were dedicating an easement to the village, but they have offered to construct that 8-foot path of their portion of the Marvin Loop. It's per the standards and has to be approved by NCDOT and us, so it's going to be built to the design standards that we're working on for that Marvin Loop project. They're also proposing that connector piece at the back of their lot to connect with the preserve internal trail. The vehicle and access and transportation, the property is being proposed to be accessed from Newtown Road. It will be a right-in, right-out configuration. The applicant has also agreed to consult with DOT of any additional road improvements for their driveway entrance. And all that will be taken care of during the preliminary plat and construction document phase. Parking, the developer is proposing 53 regular parking spots and 4 ADA accessible parking spots for a total of 57. As you recall, the Marvin Heritage District form-based code does not have a minimum parking standard for non-ADA spots, but this roughly equates to 1 in 400 square feet of commercial, 1 spot for every 400 square feet of commercial retail space. The applicant is also looking to secure additional shared use parking options on other adjacent sites. That is up to the applicant developer to secure those in writing and work those agreements out with any adjoining property owners if they so choose. I do want to hit on some of the deviation questions that kind of came up during the public comment, because the applicant and their current submittal being considered, there's only 3 requested deviations. There's not 8. Prior to, at their first submittal, they submitted a deviation chart that's required per our ordinance. Those deviations regarding setback, building size, all that stuff was not needed because the form-based code was amended. Those amendments were being addressed by staff and the village attorney way prior to actually receiving their application. That went through planning board, council approved those, so their proposal is compliant. The only 3 deviations left are the parking spots being 9 by 18. Our ordinance requires 10, sorry, hold on. Where's it at? The ordinance requires 10 by 20. Staff is okay with 9 by 18. That's what the minimum parking standard for DOT. That is also the minimum parking size in Marvin Gardens. The applicant's also proposing to do a crushed concrete parking service compared to paving. The ordinance does require that parking lot spaces must be paved over any spots over 10 parking spots. Staff's okay with this deviation request as well, as because it does promote kind of that rural preservation feel. It also helps with less impervious surface. They are required to do a maintenance plan and agreement for their parking surface. So if the rezoning is approved, they will submit that maintenance plan and agreement with their construction documents. The final deviation that's left is the no designated loading space. The ordinance requires a 12 by 25 loading space. The applicant is proposing there's 2 parallel spots at the top of the site. Sorry, I don't have it pulled up. but up here by their trash, and I can pull it up if need be, those are going to be designated, a designated loading zone during certain hours, but they'd be used for parking and outside those hours. So those are the only 3 deviations being requested as part of this submittal.
And the other 5 that were, I guess, brought up, we were changing those deviations before they even purchased the property.
Correct.
And those 5 deviations were based on other municipalities and coming up to other municipalities' standards.
Correct. Earlier this year, with meeting with certain property owners within the Heritage District and kind of going through, hey, how, working on submittals, they pointed some things out dealing with inconsistencies and kind of how it really impacts even getting to the getting to the point where they can propose something to us. I discussed this with Chaplin. Chaplin him and I both went through it, highlighted sections that were inconsistent, didn't make sense, and those were sections that were addressed. The applicant was following that process because they submitted their rezoning after the fact, and obviously we're aware. And so when it was going through planning board, they catered their site to what the ordinance that planning board recommended. So that's why it was kind of following that process. But other than that, yeah, those amendments started prior to the rezoning.
Okay. And the 3 remaining deviations, would you say that they would be consistent with other municipalities?
Yes. I mean, the parking space, like I said, the 9x18's NCDOT standard. We also allowed that. That's the minimum parking space requirement for Marvin Gardens. The parking surface, most other municipalities, the form-based code says it has to be paved. Most other municipalities have in there where it says must be paved or, some type of hard surface, crushed gravel, something like that. And then it always has some terms in there, but it's subject to maybe, village engineer or, municipal engineer or planning director's discretion. And same thing with the loading zone. Most ordinances do require a loading zone for any type of commercial retail establishment. And they're still providing that, but it's just how the functionality of their site. That's why they're requesting this deviation, because it is a long and narrow site compared to something that has a little bit more movability per se.
Okay, because I just want to make sure that we as a village are consistent with other municipalities. So someone, can't come in and say that we're inconsistent with.
Correct. And the changes that were made to the form-based code were all, when I was presenting it to planning board, like I said, it was in planning board for 3 months. It was April, May, and June. I provided them research of about 10 different municipalities and what their ordinances read for kind of similar neighborhood commercial districts. And that's how those amendments to the form-based code were made or derived, were out of looking at what other municipalities are doing, how it best impacts and best fits Marvin. And, to mention too, is like I said, it's a conditional zoning district, so things can always kind of be greater than what we, can always kind of be amended to be greater or requested to be greater than what's in the ordinance.
Okay, thank you.
So finally, after some discussion too with the applicant and from the public hearing, the applicant has agreed on their site plan to do a fence on the side property line between the church and their property. They've also agreed to raise the height of the fence to 7 feet, from 6 to 7, so it'll be 7 feet on the side and rear.
Hunter, I know that we haven't, we're scheduled to have a meeting with Weddington Methodist.
Mm-hmm.
So how does that impact any of this today?
If there's like I said, it goes back to that shared agreement for parking. They're proposing the 57 spots on their site. The district's intended, like I said, it's kind of, piecemealing. Like we have the no minimum parking standards because it's supposed to be kind of a, a village center intertwined type development throughout. This is just the first application. It is one of the smaller properties. So if the applicant does secure, some type of shared parking agreement through the church per se, it would not, impact this rezoning. It would actually benefit them. It could also potentially benefit the church.
Okay, I just want to, because I just want to be aware of and have everyone aware of, that we're still working through other concerns from the church, and respectful of them, that we work through those concerns, continue to work through those concerns.
Correct, yeah. Their site plan has those vehicular stub to adjacent properties there at the rear. Like I said, that is set up through the ordinance to have that interconnectivity between properties. So potentially, additional parking could be at the rear. There could be some additional parking at the front, but that just has to be agreed upon between the property owners.
Okay.
Hunter, or Mayor, may I speak? This is Chaplain Spencer. We've also got the development agreement. You previously saw a draft of the development agreement in this zoning district. In accordance with the proposed ordinance, if you do move forward with approval, you approve the development agreement at the same time, which sets forth supplemental terms and conditions. There have been some minor deviations and clarifications from the development agreement that you saw in your agenda packet at the first meeting. One is in section 4.3 vested rights. They had proposed 10 years. That would give them 10 years to develop without any changes or modifications in our rules and regulations. I had originally suggested, I think 3, but Hunter said that was too tight, and he didn't like that. I think Hunter was at 5. The draft language is for 7 years, and that's something that council can discuss. Also in section 4.4 are the uses. We added language so that each of the 3 special permit uses, that being the restaurant serving alcohol, the microbrewery, and the vet clinic, each one of those is now limited to 1 use. So there could only be 1 restaurant unless they came back before the board or for a minor amendment, which they could certainly do, but they would have to get another permit if there's a second restaurant or a second microbrewery. And we also addressed the parking and the sidewalk issues, and just clarified that a little bit more, along with regulations on the hours of the noise.
Chaplain, where did you say the vested rights were?
Section 4.3.
4.6?
The term is 4.3, so the term of the agreement is kind of their vested period, so it is 7 years.
Oh, I got it. Okay, all right, okay, thank you.
So all the terms within this development agreement have already been agreed upon by the applicant. They have been discussed with council, so all these have been mutually agreed upon. But this is just kind of the document that kind of makes it binding. It does get recorded. It incorporates the site plan and all those provisions, the elevations and all that.
Hunter, is there somewhere in here where there cannot be a secondhand store? Remember we talked about that?
That is, yes, that's still they would still have to go through the special use permit process.
Yeah, but you said that we couldn't deny it that way. So we were going to put it in this, that in no buildings could they have a secondhand store until we get that changed on the use list.
But isn't that in Exhibit C?
I don't know. Where's Exhibit C?
Consignment, thrift, secondhand.
You okay with that?
That's what I'm saying. I want that.
Basically is just to prohibit the use of, because the way the language reads, it was a concern of council. prohibit consignment, thrift, secondhand store as just a prohibited use. It's,
I don't want a Goodwill rolling up in here. And we can't prohibit specific companies from being here. Goodwill would be secondhand consignment. And I do not want a Goodwill in there. So I would prefer that that is not a use that would be allowed in this until we can get it off of this list for the entire district. I think it would be, no, it would be an antique store. Okay, can we put that in there somewhere? Because I do not want a Goodwill. I love Goodwill. I donate to Goodwill. No,
Well,
because that's a
we're-
Goodwill store. I mean, I don't want any, but you can't prohibit Goodwill from coming in. So I do not want, that is my fear, is that a Goodwill will come in there.
I'm just saying, for example, a designer, interior designer wants to open up a small shop and have antiques and.
Antiques is different.
It would be a design store or an antique store, but we're.
You can go down the antique road for that, not a consignment thrift secondhand.
Hunter and Chaplain, y'all can work out some language where the primary use would be to have secondary.
I don't,
Where the primary use is that, if you want to, y'all can work on that language.
Can you cite?
Yes, we do need to confirm that the applicant consents to that.
they do consent, Chaplain.
You, can,
Okay.
can you, you can, Chaplain, I guess, I'm assuming that you can cite specific stores, like you can't?
No, we're to regulate uses.
No.
no, we can't prohibit a specific store from coming in.
You can't prohibit a McDonald's. You can prohibit a fast food restaurant that has a window. So we go after uses, but I think we can add the language that it'll prohibit a consignment and secondhand store. And I do concur that that is completely different than an antique store.
Okay.
Thanks, Chaplain.
So Chaplain, for them to adopt the development agreement, they just need to adopt it as amended to add the provision there to prohibit consignment, thrift, secondhand store as a use?
Yes, and and authorize the manager to execute with any final changes.
Okay.
We need to have somebody to approve it on our end. That'd be the manager.
Development agreement as amended to prohibit. I'll help you.
I unlocked it this morning.
Any other questions by council? So Chaplain, in the packets, I have an ordinance for the rezoning. Do they need to do a motion to adopt the ordinance for the rezoning and then do a separate motion for the development agreement?
No, it is all, you have both in the ordinance already.
Okay,
Your ordinance includes the rezoning and the development agreement. And they can just say the development agreement as amended because we know what the amendment is through this discussion. It's just one amendment.
to adopt an ordinance to rezone. To adopt an ordinance for a development agreement. Right here, go to ordinance. For development agreement. For a development agreement.
Yes, your ordinance has section 1 with the zoning, and then section 2 is the development agreement, along with section 3. So it's already governed.
So, okay, so, sorry, Chaplain, go ahead.
No, but I was just saying it's already comprehensive. So the only thing you need to add in your motion from the language that is already in there would be the development agreement as amended, and to authorize the village manager to execute the final version.
Okay. So, Mr. Mayor has a question. He's like, well, we may not want two pizza places within the same thing. I know we've got it where if it's a brewery, microbrewery, they have to come and ask if there's more than one. Restaurant serving alcohol, more than one, they have to come and ask, and then also the veterinary clinic. So are we good with just those, or do we want to say something like, do we want two pizza places?
In all honesty, it's kind of getting the Chaplain's thing, is then you're kind of being regulating, you only can regulate the use. The use is restaurant.
Right.
You can't necessarily then get into the menu and who it is. And from a market standpoint, I mean, that's kind of if they have two tenants that want to have a pizza place and think that they both can be competitive. I mean, I think.
It was him, he was asking.
No, I just, you see, and dumb it down to like a strip mall where you'd never see, that, they wouldn't allow it because they're competing entities.
Like I said, that's something that they would probably have to have in their own kind of type of lease agreement. We can't get into regulating.
But with the property right next door being, they're not sure what they're gonna do, would that tie into, would they be able to, they'd still have the same opportunity that we have listed right here. I would assume, yeah.
Correct.
It's just first in,
Yep.
first.
They would likely do that on the private end to not have competitive tenants, so they would be long-term tenants, I would assume. They
That could be in
can
the
on the
commercial.
private.
They
can on the
can. We
private.
I'm
The
saying they
deve-
can't control what the neighbor next door
Oh,
does to that
no.
property,
No,
what
uh-uh.
he decides to do.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
But and what's drawing my attention is the ice cream store. If they want to
Okay.
put an ice cream store in it, but the other group owners talked about an ice cream store, it may be first in wins, or,
So you better
you just
get
don't
in it.
know, yeah.
Better get in it to win it.
All right, any other questions? So Austin has amended the, I will say, last thing before the adoption is the proposed land use consistency and reasonable statement. I have provided you guys a draft of that. Chaplain, last question. In my ordinance, I just have them kind of adopting this. They don't need, I'm going to read it, but they don't need to have it in their, it just needs to be incorporated into the minutes as part of their motion, correct?
Correct, they can incorporate it by reference.
Okay.
That has been upheld, I think, to save meeting time.
So I'm going to read this for you guys. The Village Council finds that the proposed rezoning of 9908 Newtown Road, further identified by parcel number 06225-009A, from R Marvin Residential to the Marvin Heritage District Commercial only, is consistent with the goals and recommendations of the Village of Marvin 2020 Land Use Plan and the Marvin Heritage District Small Area Plan. The Village of Marvin 2020 Land Use Plan designates this area as the Marvin Heritage District, and the Marvin Heritage District Small Area Plan further designates the subject property to the Marvin Heritage District Commercial only. The scale of development is consistent with the adopted plans. Furthermore, this development is consistent with the goals and purpose of the plan by the following: cultivating a sense of community and creating a gathering place within the Heritage District, maintaining the rural character and heritage, providing development adjacent to existing neighborhoods that are compatible in terms of intensity, scale, and architecture, providing conservation land or fee in lieu for future greenway connections and additional pedestrian-oriented amenities, creating a walkable, compact core of a neighborhood-friendly commercial, retail, and public uses and spaces, reuse of existing single-family dwelling, architectural consistent with new and old development in the area, maintaining rural aesthetics, proposing and further incorporation of appropriate traffic calming strategies, and providing shared parking solutions / options of future vehicular connectivity within the district. The proposed rezoning of 9908 Newtown Road from R Marvin to the Marvin Heritage District Commercial only is reasonable and is in the public interest because it promotes the goals and recommendations of the adopted 2020 Land Use Plan, the Marvin Heritage District Small Area Plan, and any other officially adopted plans. There's a typo.
Nope.
I
Okay.
just, I know
Oh,
we,
Joe
before we
does.
go to, for a vote, you know, I want to assure that the audience that this, we've looked at this for numerous years. Before I was even elected, this has always been talked about, a heritage district and what could be in this district. It required probably a land use change or plans that we did. It was vetted by planning board members, and I think to the concern, I hear the concerns of some of the residents that abut to this property, but, you know, I got to say, I'm not, I think the biggest concern I heard was safety. And I can't, obviously, nobody can promise anything, but if it's related to the alcohol being served, I'm trying to wrap my head around that when it comes to how Firethorn has served alcohol and food for numerous years, and there are pathways that lead to almost every home in that neighborhood, and we haven't experienced that. So with that said, we also talked about, you know, the changes that what we would like to see happen in here and how that's going to work with, you know, we'd encourage the walkability. So I know there was a traffic concern here. One of the things that we learned when we did this is that it was walkable, it was accessible, not necessarily by parking with cars, which still, in my mind, is a concern, the parking and how we address that, or how it gets addressed if, you know, and hopefully it is, if this passes and it goes through as a restaurant, that it is a successful restaurant. But I even though I don't vote, I take this stuff very seriously, and I want to assure that I've had conversations with, I think, almost every council member here, and, you know, we are aware of that, and I think there's been a lot of thought put into this, and if there's no other comments or thing, I guess we're ready for a vote, right?
Okay, I'm going to make a motion to adopt an ordinance to rezone the 1.518 acres located at 9908 Newtown Road from R Marvin Residential to the Marvin Heritage District Commercial Only, and adopt the following land use consistency and reasonableness statement that Hunter just read, and to approve the development agreement as amended and authorize the manager to execute the development agreement.
Further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. The motion passes unanimously. All right. Thank you. Chaplain?
Thank you, Mayor. I believe I'm going to sign out unless y'all need anything further from me.
Nope, thanks, Chaplain.
Thank you,
All
Chaplain.
right,
Thanks,
y'all have
Chaplain.
a good meeting and a good long holiday weekend. Thank you.
You too, thank you.
Uh-huh.
That's right. All right, next up, we have discuss and consider acceptance of the drainage and 30% study and 30% plans, and consider approval of change order. Thank you. Change order up to $56,000 for 100% drawings.
No.
Okay, so the final study is in your agenda packets. Hopefully you've had a chance to review it, particularly Councilman Wortman, because they incorporated the changes that you had requested. So want to make sure that's final and we're ready to roll with what's presented. So I did put the final study in that you guys saw a couple months ago, which is pretty much nothing but a bunch of engineered drawn numbers. You probably don't know what you're looking at, but it's in there. And then the final design is also in there. I also asked them to do some schematics of what it would look like. So I don't know if you had a chance to look at that, but looks pretty nice. The landscaping plan is also included in there. If you recall, when we initially went into these conversations, we had mentioned the whole 30% numerous times. I wasn't really quite sure what that meant initially, so I had them clarify that basically we would be getting a portion of a final document. So 100% of the drawings or what would be necessary to actually go out for a proper bid, would be that 100% drawing, and that would include all the different specifications and everything that's needed to have an engineered, stamped, drawn, sealed package to send it out the door. There may be an opportunity for us to find a contractor to do the work as presented, as close to what we can see based on that 30% plan. Here's the images. I'm not sure if y'all saw that.
Christina, one question, real quick, just following up. Did we locate where the well is and?
No. I did ask them that question. She said that it would have to be something that they do in a survey in the 100%. So she,
Okay, so we're not sure if this pipe goes right through the well or not.
so my question to you all is, number one, do you want to do the 100%? If so, we could either do a budget amendment from fund balance. We obviously don't have the money to do the 100% drawings. We could tie it into the park project and pull it from that, or we can try to RFP with what we've got presented here. However, if we do that, I want to make sure that y'all fully understand that we have to have a level of discretion of the contractor. There has to be a little bit of understanding that they might not do it exactly what you see here. We can try as close to possible as getting that done, but we would have to offer them the opportunity to use their discretion on some of the things. We won't be able to get specific on grading or any of those expectations for flattening the moat, so to say. We would have to just kind of play that by ear.
Well, they do have specifics on elevation on this, so the grading elevations would be followed by this.
I'm not, I don't, well, I do know that when I asked her about getting rid of the moat, that would have been part of the topo, because they didn't actually do exact topo. So I don't know if the grading is exactly 100% accurate. So
Right.
it very well could be. I just don't want to have the expectation that it's going to be a 2% grade or whatever, and it ends up being 3.5.
I mean, I think that there's enough information here if I was doing this project myself, say I was bidding on this, I think there's enough information here to get a pretty accurate representation of what they're looking for here. I mean, this isn't rocket science. It's a drainage pond with a drainage pipe and regrading to make it aesthetically pleasing and functional. So, I mean, I think I would consider doing the RFP and see what we get back. If we find that we don't have contractors that are comfortable with doing it at this level, then we consider the 100% plans. But that's just my opinion on it.
And we can definitely do that. I just want to kind of compare it to Village Hall. I mean, essentially, like when we created Village Hall, we had a signed, sealed, stamped architectural and engineered drawn plans. So this would essentially be like us building Village Hall, giving only a fraction of the plans to say, hey, this is what we're looking for. Use your discretion to do it. And there very well could be enough for a normal grading contractor to do all this stuff. I just want to make sure y'all understand that. We can put it out, see what kind of results we get back, and then if we don't get anything, we can go from there.
What do you think? Yeah? Okay.
Yeah.
Did they just say the same thing?
So, we do, there are specific, most of the important features have specifics as far as the pipe location. Now, it may not be exactly precisely where they've presented it, because it's, again, it's not 100% surveyed, drawn plans. But they could probably figure out roughly what should happen. I mean, it's anything we do at this point is gonna help. So.
Yeah.
It may not solve the problem 100%, it may be a 85%, and we can address that at that point.
So do we think that we should do it now or wait until we
No,
find out if the, okay,
I think
Andy's
that we
now.
should move forward on a drainage plan for Village Hall immediately.
Okay.
The, and if there is a shortcoming on the drainage, which I highly doubt, given this plan, but if there is, we can address it when we develop the adjacent property with that drainage system.
Okay. If Andy feels good about it, I'm good.
I'm good.
I question it.
Well, you don't get a vote, so
You
it's
always
fine.
question it anyway, Joe.
All right, so I'm going to make a motion to accept the drainage plans as presented and direct staff to solicit RFPs based on the limited 30% plan. And authorize the manager to execute the, oh no, that's it. RFP based on the limited 30% plans, period.
All right, further discussion? All's in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes.
So I just want to remind you too, this project wasn't budgeted, so when we get the RFPs, we'll have to do a budget amendment on that, just letting you know.
I don't know if this is the appropriate time to bring this up. I was just going to ask the other issue with leakage. Where are we at with that?
Yeah, that's a good question. We're still identifying that source. We think that we have come to the conclusion that it's irrigation, the drip line, but we are still trying to isolate it. We've had a leak person come out, and they told us they identified a leak. However, when the contractor came out to fix the leak, when they dug it all up, it was not leaking. We have had the irrigation lines pressurized twice. They said that it wasn't the irrigation lines. So we're waiting for a dry day so we can kind of see if it's from the irrigation, which is what we think it is, or if it's groundwater.
So since they said it was a leak and they went in to fix the leak and they broke up all the concrete and there was no leak, we shouldn't have to pay for that, and they need to give us our money back and give us some money to fix it.
So we've been fighting them, and unfortunately, the leak person, so Roto-Rooter was called. Roto-Rooter came out. They said that they can't identify where the leak is coming from. They recommended a vendor come out called Leak Squad. Leak Squad came out. They shut the lines down. They ran pressurized tests. They use this audio device that they put into the pipes to see where it's coming from or in the ground. They heard something in the area where they marked that it was a leak. We think that what they heard was a frog.
Frog?
Yes.
Which one of our experts?
Oh, my God.
You have to be there to get the whole story, Joe, but
Okay.
yes, it's, yeah.
I think
So-
it's a frog.
So they marked it off. They came in to locate, the city came, or the utilities came in, did a locate on the gas line. They came out, the crew, Roto-Rooter, then came back out. They actually did what the contract said they were supposed to do: excavate, find the location where it was located, and then make the repair. So they were out here for probably, 3 hours excavating, isolating the line, getting ready to do the repair. So per the contract, they really have done everything they said they were gonna do except for the repair section. We have asked them to deduct that from the bill, which they have done. I'm also still trying to fight with the leak person to say basically that you came out here and identified a leak and there was no leak. So until we can fully discover that there is truly no leak, we're kind of at a standstill right now. We've dug, the hole's still dug out, which is why we've got it still open because we want to make sure it's still, in fact, not a leak where they said it was. It's rained every single day since it's
So
happened.
with the hole dug up, did they go back and do that audio thing because that's where they can determine where,
No, they haven't, yeah.
okay, because I would recommend, wouldn't that
Yeah.
make sense after it's dug up? Because if it's saying it's there and they look and it's clearly not there.
Well, it wasn't there when they were out, when they actually excavated everything and to isolate where they said the leak was, there was nothing coming out. We waited a couple of hours while they were here, left it open, nothing happened. They went, shut off the water, shut it back on, nothing changed. We also left it there the entire day. It didn't fill back up. It did fill back up the next day because it rained. And we were gonna keep it filled up until it dried out. We were gonna keep it open until it dried out completely, so we were able to turn the irrigation back on to see if it actually filled back up. But unfortunately, it's rained every day since then.
Other thing I want to add, just for clarification for Joe. One of the tests that they did was they turned off the main valve in
Yeah.
Christina's office for a 24-hour period and looked at the meter. There was no change in the meter. So there's no way
There's
that there
nothing
could
right
be a leak between that
It's
main
not on
valve.
any of our main lines.
So it's not underground.
And
It's-
we did it again.
Well, I was gonna say,
We did that twice.
They did it twice, and with the same result. There's no water escaping anywhere. So therefore, I feel very confident in the fact that there's no leak between the building and the meter at the road.
So with the fact that we've had rain and with what we just discussed, is it drainage? Is it the foundation?
I feel like, and this is why we're back at the irrigation, because what we've found is the irrigation box stays full of water, the valve box that's beside the sidewalk.
And it's off of a well, correct?
It's off the well, yes, but
Yeah,
it
so a
comes
separate
around,
well,
but
right.
where I'm getting at is there were several underground passages under the sidewalk and such for the irrigation that would have the water, if it's leaking in that valve box and filling that valve box, there's opportunity for it to run underground and come to that point. So the reason we feel like it is the valve box is leaking water in there is the other valve boxes on the property are dry. That's the only one that seems to be consistently full of water. So I'm not saying 100%, there could be some other source, but we want to rule that out because that's the next most likely source. If that is not in fact the source of water, then there is something that is either groundwater, like a spring under here somewhere, or something that was missed in the soils preparation, which they did a lot of undercut and replacement of soil on this property before this building was built because of the
Well,
the
if you
soil-
remember, I'm not sure if y'all remember this, but there was a well that was on the property that they had closed, that they had identified in construction. From my understanding, it was closed off, everything was done like it was supposed to.
Where is
So-
that located?
I don't know.
It's actually not even on our property. The well that was identified is on Ravi's property. It's
Okay.
that little box over there. Then subsequently, we found another well, which is way up by the road when they cleared. That has been capped. So those are the two well locations that we are aware of. Now, I do know that prior to construction, when we walked this area, there was a lot of water that sat in this area here that we assumed
yeah.
was coming from the drainage from the ditch. Now, I'm not gonna rule this out, that it could possibly even be underground from that. And if we do this regrading for the drainage and all that stuff, that may address it as well. So there's a couple of things I'd like to see, and I'd like to at least make sure that it's not the irrigation 100% before we just
But
look
the-
into
the-
other
The next
things.
steps that we have to address it are to, one, get a couple good, hot, warm days where it's not gonna rain, keep the irrigation on as we have it now, see if it fills back up. If it does, we'll shut it off, see if it goes away, and if it does, that tells us it's irrigation.
Right.
If it doesn't, then we got another problem that we've got to figure out, i.e. either groundwater or something in the soil or this over here.
Right.
Okay.
So
Thank
it's gonna be a process, let's just put it that way. It's not gonna happen overnight, unfortunately.
But we are gonna have to do the repair on the concrete over here. So at some point, we'll figure all that out. We're not gonna even touch it until we figure out what's going on with it. But we will continue to fight to not pay those bills. Unfortunately, they did do most of the work to try to get to the area that was identified.
Do we have any action on that, or? Okay. All right, so next up, we have review of council meeting minutes.
I work
You
very
guys get a
fast.
chance to look at them?
I work very fast, so your minutes from yesterday are also included.
I saw that.
No, thank you.
No issues.
No issues.
I will note that lunch is here, by the way, so if You guys decide whenever you want to break for that.
You want to do a working lunch?
Yeah.
Okay, so we'll need a motion to approve.
You don't need a motion.
Oh, you
You're just
don't?
reviewing right now.
Sorry.
So it'll go on the consent
Um,
agenda, right? It'll go on the consent
Public hearing.
agenda.
It'll be on consent, yes.
All right, next up, we have consider a call for a public hearing discussion and consideration of special use permit application SUP 2023-3 for a pool to be located outside the setbacks per 151.054E, located at 206 Claridge Court.
So moved.
All's in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes.
Poor Hunter.
No,
All right.
I was gonna say is that might not be needed. I'm gonna confirm with the applicant today. So how does that work? If they don't need
I
it,
just
do,
won't put the notice, I just won't issue
Okay.
a notice.
Okay,
Let's go get lunch.
we'll get lunch and then we'll reconvene. We'll take a quick break.
Motion
All's in
for-
favor for a quick break?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion passes.
Hey, Joe, I need you to sign these. I'm gonna
discussing our Village of Marvin attendance at the Union County Chamber of Commerce Leadership Summit. You got it, Kim? What you got? Did you guys all get the letter?
I mean, I got it, and I figured somebody needs to go. Most, like,
We really need to support them.
I agree.
I'll go. I'll go.
17th,
It's, no, the 19th.
it's a Tuesday.
It's a Tuesday, the 19th.
I'm leaving the 17th, that's why I can't be there.
I can't go because I've got a dentist appointment. But
This is what date again? 17th of
the 19th,
19th.
the 19th of September, it's a Tuesday. I can change my dentist appointment. But if we've got, okay, Jamie will go, Christina's going.
It's at the Ag Center. So I encourage you guys to.
But we have to RSVP, and they're filling up. I think we have to, okay. Okay.
Speaking of which,
I was gonna have Austin send her an email.
for the 7th, that
Yeah.
must be me.
Austin, can you send her email? Who's in?
Christina and Jamie.
I have to work.
Okay.
This is the
Well, pay attention.
Cole?
It's the Union County Leadership Conference, and we just got another email saying that they were filling up, and so please RSVP, I think, by tomorrow. Jamie's going. Jamie and Christina are going. Bob, Andy, either?
Yeah, I'm unable to.
Okay,
I have to work.
okay.
All right. Moving
How's
on.
that? Austin, can you RSVP like today? Thank you.
All right, next up, we have review of fiscal '23 tax collection report, fiscal '24 tax charge letter.
I'll take this. She's sick. This is just something that the county needs. This is our tax settlement for the year, not the fiscal year, but the calendar year. They just have to have y'all approve this. So, hopefully there's no questions.
What?
The tax collection settlement. This is what they collected. 1,374,000.
Just to give it, this is the annual authorization for the collection loss.
I think she just needs y'all to approve it.
Yeah, just need a motion to approve.
Hold on one second. That's what they collected. All right, so do we need a motion?
Do you want to read it? Do you want me to read it?
Laura? I know these guys are busy. Tim, do you want to wait for Tim?
You can.
Let's do that. Just to refresh my memory, solid waste fee, we pay that in advance, right? The town does?
We do pay in advance. There's about 6 months. It's not completely a whole year in advance, but it's,
We're floating a note for about 6 months.
yeah, I don't know the exact month, but it's not. So we start collecting taxes around November, December, January. We have already floated the cost of that from July 1st over. So yes, we do.
Is there a way the provider can do it in conjunction with the tax bill? Not billing in conjunction, because I know it's in July or whatever, but
It's because our fiscal year starts July 1st.
Is there a way we can talk to the provider?
I mean, we can do that, but it would require us,
Up until that time and then going forward from then on?
but it would require us to change in the middle of our, we do the projections based on a budget year. So that would basically, essentially mean if they're doing it by a calendar year, we would have to change mid-budget. You know what I'm saying? Like, if they give us a rate from January to December, we wouldn't have set that into our budget for the appropriate year. So if they, like, for example, if they say it's gonna cost you $300 a household from January to December, our fiscal year comes into play in July. So we will have had to have known for the next year in order to project the rates out accurately, because we can't change the rates mid-year. I don't know if she prepared one, but you just you need a motion to accept. Oh, okay.
I can read it if no one can find it.
All right, so I'm going to make a motion to approve and authorize the Union County Tax Collector to levy and collect Village of Marvin taxes for 23-24 fiscal year.
All's in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right. How easy was that?
Wasn't me.
Next up, discussion of 2024 Marvin Day sponsorship drive.
Okay, so this is me. So, being on the Marvin Day Committee again this year, we are not going to have, because we're trying to condense the day, have it in one location. We are not going to have council sit on different working groups. So, we're not going to have extra meetings, you're not going to have extra tasks. The one thing that we ask you to do is go get sponsors. Now, I know it is hard for some of us to go and ask people for money, but the worst they can say is no, and then you say, okay, thank you very much, and you go on to the next person. We have people that really get out and do it, and we have people that don't. So, that is what we are asking you to do for Marvin Day. I'm not asking you to get the dunk tank again this year. I'm not asking you to be on a working group. I'm asking you to go get money. So, can we all agree that when we come back out, I would say our next meeting, we will have the list of previous sponsors, people that have donated money, who haven't, who we've reached out to, who we should be reaching out to, and we're going to divvy that up, and I need everybody's commitment that they will go out and get money, or try to.
Yeah. I think the only thing that we would want to know is, with all of the adjustments and changes, to your point, being in one location, just to know what we are able to present. In other words, how has it changed from last year? How we're anticipating it to be more successful? That sort of thing. You know, just, we know what we're presenting, that's all.
Austin, I need you back in there. I have a question for you. Are we still convinced that Efer Park is the location?
We've booked a band. We've moved on. We're past this point.
We booked the band, no.
The
but
ship
you
has
didn't book
sailed.
the location.
The band is for the location. The ship has sailed.
No,
Yep.
the location,
The only thing, we have 100% control of the location with Efer Park. If we want to continue to move, if we want to continue to move forward, which we are, we have 100% control of Efer Park. We are always going to run up against what we can't do with other locations. Now, can we augment Eford Park? I believe so, if we get bigger and things happen, where we can ask for maybe the high school parking lot to do a car show, to do, I don't know, some type of event. But as long as we're asking for locations and being told what we can and can't do, it's difficult. It's just my,
well, The reason I say it, I just had a quick conversation with the principal, who told me it was beyond him, but I believe he came to you, Hunter, regarding
That would be Austin, but.
Austin, sorry. He came to you about renting a space for the teachers before school started, was he? The principal?
It was the PTSO.
Is that with you? Okay.
Then it was the PTSO at the bar. No, it was, no.
What happened?
The PTSO from Marvin High School came to the village and wanted to rent the park before school for a breakfast.
Right.
Okay, that's what you're asking?
Yeah, because he reached out to me first because he was looking for a venue. I said, well, call the park because I don't get involved in, you gotta see if it's even available. He had a specific day. I assume he did that. Then I found out later that when I was talking about why can't we get the high school in perpetuity to perform? I mean, to have that as the event. Just asking. I said, well, that's beyond him, but they did work out something where they were gonna provide parking in exchange for what we, is that what it came out to?
What they did is, they got a barn, we got a parking lot.
Okay. I'm just saying that potentially opens the door to securing a location, even if it's well before events are being held there. I think it makes sense to explore that, because I think one of the biggest things, I'm sorry, but it's just that having to park somewhere and be driven over there was a real factor in the attendance.
Well, Joe, I have to tell you that every other municipality in this area does the same thing, because parking is a problem for everybody. So,
Well, but we have an answer. Just because they do the same thing doesn't mean we have to follow suit.
But we don't have an answer because the high school won't let us use it.
That's, see, you're just assuming that is final discussion. We've not, have you reached out to the guy that's over all the principals, the superintendent? Has anyone talked to him? The answer is no. And he's the guy that decides that. That's all I'm saying, is have that conversation for the future. Why not? I mean, all they can do is say no. That's all I'm saying. But
I don't want it at the high school. I want it at the park because it's our park. We ought to be able to show off our park. That's my opinion.
still do it at the park. But I'm just saying, it's just, the attendance from the first year to the second year is way dropped off. What reasons? Maybe it was multiple parking locations, maybe. I'm just stating a fact. And yes, I assume it'll grow each time, and hopefully we get to that point where we have one parking location and multiple buses, and it's not as big of an issue, but just a conversation.
All right, well, this is not on the agenda to discuss.
I know, but it's Marvin Day Sponsorship Drive. and it's
Sponsorship
talking
drive.
about Marvin Day.
Yeah, but not,
But it leads into that because, here's why. If you don't have people, I'll wait. If you don't have people showing up for the event, the sponsor is not going to step up. Because I've already heard from one that I have used that is like, well, we didn't get any leads from that. Well, maybe we'll have a better situation. Haven't talked to them since of how many leads
sorry.
they generated, but I'd be curious to see all the ones that I procured as far as sponsors, how well they did, how many leads. I
Why
mean,
haven't you talked to them since Marvin Day? It's been 2 months.
I've talked to two out of the ones I got, just to see, because we really haven't brought this up as far as sponsorship. But it's just a note, are they gonna put money towards, just like I would predict, good luck getting the lobster truck to show up.
Oh, we got them secured.
You do?
Yep, don't you
Okay.
worry about it.
All right. I look forward to having them there. But
Okay, so I'm gonna assign you a job then, buddy.
Assign it.
Perfect. Call the superintendent.
Okay, that's all I wanted permission for.
There you go.
Because I will make that phone call and see if I can have that. And if he's open to it, would you consider changing the venue?
To have it all day there?
No, I'm just saying, have the concert there.
And have everything else at the park, so you still have 2 locations.
You do, and there's, but the only thing, you had multiple locations. You had a place where they ran in the morning, and then the first year, and then a place where they did the car show, which led into, there was a
Rain.
delay there.
I'll just mention real quick too, the fireworks, if we're gonna keep the fireworks. The place that let us do it the year we were at the high school, they did call us last year. We hadn't reached out to them, but they did call us and said they weren't interested in doing it
Okay.
last year, so I think that would probably be a problem if we,
Oh, they got a ration of poop from their neighbors on it, I bet.
yeah, I don't know. So just putting that out there.
Okay. Then I won't reach out because I just thought the way that all was done and fireworks went off after, I thought we were in better graces with them. Maybe not, that's fine. But,
I don't think it's anything we did, for some reason, they just, I think it had something to do with scaring animals and that kind of stuff.
it's always about the animals.
Their neighbors gave them a ration of crap about it, guaranteed. But you feel free to reach out to the superintendent and just see what he says. Okay?
But I-
Mr. Mayor?
If I'm gonna commit to that, then I want a commitment that saying you're willing to change it if he offers it up. Why am I going after a conversation to have him do something if the council's not really in favor, they wanna keep, I'm not opposed to that. You wanna keep it at E for Parks, so be it. I'm just saying, I look at the first year and the second year, and there was a considerable falling off. And some of the people I talked to weren't even from Marvin, they just followed the band, and that's why we got people there, because.
You know what brought the peoples?
What's that?
Is the car show.
Possibly.
No, it is.
Okay, and that's great.
It's what brought the peoples. But nobody's willing to do the car show.
Well, it's a lot of work, and I've never done it before, I've just helped.
Oh, I'm just saying, nobody's willing to do it.
Well, I thought that was an annual thing with the band that they were.
Yeah, their last annual thing was when they did it with us.
No, it wasn't, it's actually the Color Guard, which they just supported and helped fund that, but those guys were big into car, and I offered 5 volunteers, and he chose not to call any of them, and he did it all himself, and it was just too much work for him. So, and I appreciate that, because I know how much work is involved, and I don't have the contacts or the ability to be able to manage that. So, that's why I stepped aside, and there was no one there to follow up with the band as far as who's in cars and what kids are currently still involved. Anyways, we'll move forward.
Quick question on that. Is there a circuit of car shows that we could coordinate with that were gonna do a car show anyway, that just so happened to do it on Marvin Day weekend?
You can coordinate that, because there's multiple car shows that go on all around the Charlotte area on a monthly basis. They're always there. And then there's some special ones that they'll throw in. The problem is people, and you're out there really basically pitching, hey, come to our car show. But those car shows, they want judges, they want, people expect to have judges, and that's where it gets all like, who's judging? Do you have the amount of people to judge? Because most of that's volunteer stuff, and finding those individuals to do it, and then tabulating the results. It's almost impossible, but if you were able to have a successful car show without having awards and raffle prizes and stuff like
No,
that.
I get all that, but let's just say, Mopar is gonna do a car show, and they're gonna do it somewhere at some time. Can we not reach out to Mopar and go, have it the weekend? Yeah, that's all I'm saying.
Yeah, and that's a great thought. I'm open to reaching out to those individuals. I'm just saying sponsorship drive is gonna go hand in hand. You gotta have the attendance to get people wanting to sponsor.
The problem with doing the car show at the park is the space,
Yeah.
yeah.
But that's why that first year was, that, there was a lull for a little bit, and then it moved on to that, for those that wanted to stay. And you could park your car and drive and leave anytime you wanted, which was nice, but everyone stayed for the fireworks. But now fireworks are off, maybe it's a moot point, so I'm gonna move on. And we've all committed to getting sponsors, so that's good. Next up, we have discuss and consider having Marvin Eaton Park assessed into multi-purpose fields and to enter contract with a 5% contingency and allow manager to execute the contract.
So attached in your agenda packets is the multi-field assessment we said we would get working on. A couple meetings ago, you all had discussed the opportunity to have soccer and potentially flag football. We discussed the limitations that we have at the school system fields currently. So what we've done is reached out to experts that know what they're doing in the creation of fields, asked them to come in and give us a quote as to how much they think it's going to cost for us to really assess what would be needed to start that process. So that's here in front of you. It's approximately $18,000. That's pretty much it. I mean, Tyler unfortunately doesn't have the expertise engineering to really understand what's needed to put in a field. So that's why we presented this option to you all to consider.
So I've had a couple of conversations with you about this
Yes.
since you've got this information. This is being driven by residents, right? That's the reason that we're looking at this. So my suggestion is to form a committee, an exploratory committee, that will assess the options of multi-purpose fields, try to find out what the options are, tap into the resources that we have in Marvin, and I know there's a lot. And I brought the Waxhaw Sports magazine because I guarantee that, there's a lot of people that want some sort of sports fields here in Marvin. I know of 2 gentlemen who are interested. We had Diane from Belgrove who sent in a public comment that we should have fields, so I think we should reach out to her and see if she'd like to be on it. And then ask everybody if they have other people that would like to be on it. I think we can do a 5-member committee and let them go do some research. Staff doesn't have the time, staff doesn't have the expertise to do this. So if our residents want something like this, which I think it's a great idea, I would like their involvement. So,
Quick question, do you need a separate committee? Because that seems to fall square in the PRG boards, like,
yeah, no, I want a separate committee for this. I'm not putting that on them. I want people who want this.
Before you put any money towards it?
Before I put any money towards it. I want some sort of exploratory committee to go out and do some research. And you know what? They may be able to reach out to somebody and get them to donate their time to give us that expertise where we're not paying for it.
Even
So-
better, if you think about the elementary school, Marvin, I think that was built by all sponsors before Union County took it over. And a lot of the sponsors are still on the fences right
Okay.
there.
So,
It's right there.
so
I think
it's the gentleman, Mike, who came in.
Yeah.
I never say his,
here earlier.
yeah, I never say his last name right. Milan from Marvin Creek, they both live in Marvin Creek, they've talked to each other about this. Somebody can reach out to Diane, see if she wants to be on it, and then ask those 3 people who else they might want, but I'd have a 5-person committee. We can form that and let them do that.
We want to publicize that to get that committee
Sure.
together, or put that on our website, says we need a,
You want to do 5 or 7 people?
I think 5 is
Just
fine.
treat it as an ad hoc committee.
we can do that. We'll just need information so that these people know what they're signing up for.
Okay, what kind of information do you want?
Tyler and I can come up with something.
Okay. Okay. All right, everybody good with that? Before we spend any money,
Yeah, I
I,
agree.
let's, again, we're driving this because residents have come in and asked for this, so let's ask the residents for some help.
So, and we'll do that, and we'll bring it back to you all. But what I would suggest to them is to go through this proposal, see what some things that they can do on their own. If there's certain components of it they still think are necessary, that they don't have the skill set and the expertise to do, and they can't find it, maybe they can come back and say, hey, what about this component of the proposal? Will y'all agree to at least do this?
Yes.
And again, a reminder, when that park was built, that was always meant to be a passive park, not where they would have any fields on there. So I don't even know if we have enough room for that, quite frankly, to put the fields that they're talking about, or how many fields.
Well, we don't know that either, so that's why we're gonna find out. And we're gonna let them do some legwork.
Okay, so, we good there? You know your marching order there? Okay, thanks. Next up, we have discuss and consider postponing internet installation at Marvin Eford Park.
That's me. We thought this was gonna be an easy fix. Unfortunately, when we got the quote back, we got the quote that we had asked for the $5,000 for, but unfortunately, the price that was given was per month, not annually.
What?
And it was like $800 or $900 a month. So basically, it was gonna be,
For internet service at the park, what kind of crap is that? Nobody pays that. Who pays
So-
that?
what we did was we went with our current vendor, who's Windstream, to see what they would cost. Well, because there's no line, they have to run the line out there. So they basically were gonna make us sign roughly a $20,000 contract for 5 years. So, and also I wanted to say, maybe it was 11,000, let's see, I'm sorry. It was 11,000 per year, not 20. Same thing. And that was only 100 megabytes per second. So just so you know, what we use here with the staff that we have, we use 200 millibytes per second. So 100 is basically half of the usage here. Additional megabytes per second were another $600 per month. So we did ask Windstream how much they would charge us, and it was about $5,000 a year. That,
All right, so who's the internet provider that does all of the neighborhoods surrounding the park?
I was gonna say, Walden
There's-
Pond has to have internet.
Yeah,
How
the-
in the world are they not
Those brand
connecting
new
in there?
houses in Marvin across from the park.
Across the street?
Yeah, the big, huge neighborhood that's across the street.
Oh,
I mean,
yeah.
where do they get their internet service from?
I have no clue. Yeah.
There's gotta be, there's service up and down that road. There's too many high-end residences in that area that there's not internet service along Newtown Road that could access the park. This is craziness. They wanna run a line
Why-
for
why
that
can't- why can't-
specifically.
If you could, did we call Spectrum?
No, we did not. We did.
That's
the-
probably who services it, because they service everything else around
I
here.
tell you, if you call Spectrum, and I'm assuming, okay, I don't want to get too far ahead of myself, but if you call Spectrum and said, hey, we need internet service at Eford Park, they'd probably go, okay, we'll send a van out there, bam, 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 and we got internet service. and
$50
we're
a
paying-
month.
Right.
Yeah.
I think somebody's just, again, as we look at government, and we wonder why government sometimes gets a bad rap for doing
So Christina,
outlandish things.
call out there, don't tell them who you are. Tell them your name, give them the address,
I'll get Mike on it.
but don't say that you're with the Village of Marvin, because maybe they are trying to jack it up, like, price-wise. Get it as like you're a person, that you've got a building out there, a house,
Okay.
that you want internet at, or AT&T or Verizon,
Yeah, I was about to say, they have
or
that.
T-Mobile.
They have wireless internet that runs off cell service now.
Well, that's the other option if we wanted to go that route.
And it's
Yeah.
still, most of those providers still provide anywhere from 100 to 200 megs per second.
Okay, we'll
But
look at some more options.
Some of that stuff is,
But-
if you don't have real good cell service in an area, then you don't get the good
Correct, we
speeds
would just
either.
have to look at what's the best cell
Yeah,
provider.
but I guarantee you, to Jamie's point, Spectrum is out there. They service this entire area before anybody else came in. And I get 200 megs on mine, and I think it's $50 or $60 a month for just the internet portion of my bill. It's not that crazy expensive.
Well, and I don't know, there's nothing out there, so they literally have to run the line from the road all the way down to the barn.
They
to
may
the park.
charge an install fee for Spectrum, but.
And I think that's where the bulk of the charge is coming from, is running that line down there.
Yeah, because Spectrum is run on coax, its stuff is cheap and easy to lay, people run way off the road to their homes too. They typically don't charge crazy amounts of money for
It doesn't
Spectrum.
have the linear feet, but I'm sure that's probably what the high cost is. So this is gonna be a back burner item for us, just so y'all know. We'll get to Spectrum and start working on it, but
restaurant. You hear that?
That's all I have.
Oh, that's not open yet. I'm sorry.
The biker gang going by.
You just heard them.
Okay, you want us to table it? So we're gonna table the internet until further research is done by staff.
Consider postpone. Yep. All right. Do we have to motion? No? Okay, next up is discuss and consider entering contract with Bars Recreation for construction of the new playground and allow manager to execute the contract.
Should I allow you to do this? This is massively confusing. We tried to put this into a nice chart, which is this that you see here. I'm not really sure what it's called in the agenda packet. Huh?
It's all in one
Oh,
attachment.
well, look at this document right here. You want to do it? You want me to do it? I'll do it. Okay, so,
Tyler do it. Tyler's been doing it. Let Tyler do it. If he needs help, you can help him.
all right, go ahead, Tyler.
All right. So this just shows the savings and like kind of the differences in the three options that we presented, the three quotes we have. Option A is the playground with no tot lot. Option B is no poor surface, so it's a mulch bottom. And then option C is the original one that we've had for a while. If you go down the list, you can see this is on that chart. That's what we can save ourselves by doing, the removal, the demo. When you take out the concrete, when you take off the performance bond. The highlighted in yellow is basically the savings, and then highlighted blue is the cost for each quote when you take into consideration all the things we can do ourselves. And at the very bottom, you'll see that's our quote that we got from an outside source for concrete, and that's included.
One thing that I'll note, the things we can do ourselves are not necessarily things that we can do ourselves. They're things that Mayor Polino had asked to put in that he would potentially be interested in removing.
Polino can do himself.
So I don't feel comfortable with us at a staff level doing these things ourselves. So my recommendation is we leave the demo and the removal in, but if you guys decide that that's something you all want to do, we can go that route. I just know that there are some additions that may end up happening if they're not removed correctly and the ground is not regraded correctly. There's very specific language.
Who told you that?
It's in the contract. It's in
Oh,
their,
it's in
yeah,
their contract.
it's in their
That's what they're
proposals.
saying. 'Cause
Yes.
they want a piece of that action. I guarantee you. What are you gonna screw up when you remove something? You're gonna really
Well-
screw up the land?
Not necessarily removal, but the regrading of, bringing the grade to the
That was
developer.
Pinocchio, not from you, but from that company telling us that every single option has a cost to it, because, and they're gonna create some, oh, you did this when you removed it. And now we can't do this, so now it's gonna cost you extra.
I highlighted that part of the quote just so y'all could see it for yourself. And I threw in,
Tell them what's up.
on top of that estimate, I did throw in a $10,000 just buffer penalty, just in case. I don't know how much it's gonna be, and she doesn't even know how much it's gonna be. So I just threw that in as a buffer. There's not a specific,
You buy that, Andy? That there has to, they could screw up removing playground equipment, hiring a company to come in there. Because you could always go back to the company and say, you damaged this.
it says installation of your commercial equipment completed on a prepared site with a level of within 2% grade that has a surface of compacted soil only. The owner representative must be on site when it happens. If the site is not prepared correctly, when the install crew arrives, a fee will be discussed for our crew to complete. If the crew is sent away for the owner to handle the site prep, a lost time and remobilization fee will occur. If this clause will be removed if demo and grading itemized in quote it remains. Atypical soil situations where excessive bedrock, floor, concrete footers are encountered such that a rock hammer and heavy equipment is needed, additional fee will be assessed. This quote does not include permits. Permits are a responsibility of the project and project owner.
What's EWF?
EWF, where do you see that? Where's that at?
Removal and disposal of existing EWF and slight grading of main playground area. It's under service. It's cost $18,250.
Should know what EWF is if it's costing.
That's why I'm asking, what is EWF?
The slide?
Existing
Slide material.
wood
Whatever the material of the.
frame? What is it? Whatever the what?
Foundation, maybe?
They call playground materials other stuff, like weird names.
But it says removal and disposal of existing structure is $7,500. Then right below that, it says removal and disposal of existing EWF and slight grading of main playground area. Includes removing all existing wood surfacing and borders to get the site to original earth and grading the site slightly to assure proper grade and to help with drainage issues.
Would that not be? Oh, engineered wood fiber, okay.
Thank
Okay,
you.
so just for my clarification, because I'm trying to follow all of this even as I was reading this at home. Option B and option C, the structures are identical, correct? Nothing's changed. The
Yes.
structures are the same. You got the little top,
Yep.
lot, structure, et cetera, and the swings.
Yes,
So all we're talking about is just the ground.
yes.
See, because obviously both pictures look identical, but
All options are the same, except for A also includes an additional piece for tots on a different area. So if
Oh,
you
it
look,
does not include it.
no, that's not included on.
oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, we're saying B and C are the same structures. We're just talking about the turf.
Which I'll be honest with you, like, I would much rather have their sturdier, hardier, longer lasting
I agree.
surface.
I agree.
I don't want mulch.
Yeah, I don't.
Because we're gonna have to replace it all of the time. It's
Yeah.
gonna be a thing.
And they can guarantee, I assume, what's the guarantee on this thing? Is there a guarantee,
the warranty,
warranty on it?
we asked them that before. I can't remember what they said, but
If we're gonna go the extra mile, with the turf, I don't wanna see it, 2 years from now being broken up with whatever rain or whatever's gonna be happening.
So basically, keep going, sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry, keep going.
Oh.
Keep going. I interrupted, that was rude. Keep going.
I think it's gonna be fabulous looking. I mean, it's, if we're going this much, with what's gonna be a spectacular centerpiece, quite honestly, and I totally agree with you, Kim, before I left, I'd wanna make sure that the public would want whatever we're doing, whatever they're thinking they want out at the park and spend $19,000 for that, I'd rather invest it in this.
So as far as the grading, if you remove the swing, I still don't think the grade is gonna be what they're looking for. Just for a reference, 2% grade is what I build patios on. It's almost flat. It's just barely enough to shed the water, so there's gonna be grading done on this site, no matter who takes the thing down for the installation. So I
Yeah,
don't
but
feel
it's
like
saying they're gonna grade.
they're gonna have to grade it no matter what.
Yeah, but if we take that out, it's 18,000, they're basically saying they're gonna remove all the mulch and then grade it for $18,000.
Yeah,
So I think we can leave that in there, and they're gonna grade. So you removing the structure, I don't think is a big deal. 1-year warranty, limited warranty, 10-year limited warranty, 5-year limited warranty.
warranties are
Oh,
all
that's-
different, like based on what the problem is.
Yeah, there's different warranties.
So if you want the playset, Joe, then it's not that big of a
It's $7,500.
$7,500.
Here's the thing, sounds to me like they're gonna find something wrong if we did it.
Yeah,
They're gonna find something wrong with whatever we do.
yep.
That's one point. The other point is, I don't know where y'all stand on the top thing. if we're spending this kind of money, people have all ages of kids when they go
Yeah,
out there. I don't know about y'all, but I want a tot.
I do too.
I do too.
I don't
I
have
want-
any tots.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But there are people that go out there to have the little ones that just want to crawl around, so, God, you know, there's sometimes we pinch pennies and we should absolutely pinch pennies.
Yeah.
But there are times where this is a long-term investment
Yeah.
Absolutely.
for,
This is the centerpiece. This is,
for everyone
Yeah.
in Marvin. This says Marvin, so let's spend let's,
Oh, I'm all for it.
let's grade it, if they want to grade it, let them grade it.
let them do it.
We can go back to them and say you didn't do it right.
Yeah.
But if we do it, boy, I just think we're opening ourselves up to too many issues.
I've heard criticism.
And I think we
that-
could do it better than them, but I'm just saying, they're gonna find something wrong with it.
As far as the tot thing, I've heard criticism from people that we don't have that available. So I'm all 100% in on,
I don't
having
think
the-
anybody, I think
the
we're
tot
all in
lot.
agreement, the tot lot,
Yeah.
for sure. I think we're all in agreement as option C. It's gonna be a matter of, one, we gotta find the money, and two, do we wanna let somebody else remove and dispose of the existing structure? And then let them do the EWF slate grading?
I think if you wanna put it up for auction, put it up for bid, or put for someone that wants to do it, come in, because there may be a municipality or someone around that says, I'd like to do it, I'd like to take it away. Let's let them do that, and let them do it, and maybe we make $1,000 off of it, or $500 off of it, but let them come in after that's done and do the grading part.
yeah, exactly.
That's just my opinion.
Yeah.
Totally agree.
Yeah, I'm fine
They're
with that.
gonna resell it anyway.
I know, but that's
That's
not
fine.
our,
I'm just
we're not in,
saying is-
we're not in the business of selling
I
playground
completely
equipment.
agree. I just think it's
I agree, but, I mean, there are times we get in with contractors and they come out and they do stuff, and I'm like, well, you know what, I can fight it for $10. I'm gonna cost myself $100 worth of sanity to save $10. Go ahead and pay the $10.
One of the other variables I'll mention to you too is timelines. If we're gonna allow someone else to do it, a third party to do it, you know, and they come in and say, we're gonna have to give them some timelines. I don't know how it's gonna impact the timeline on the vendor of not, you know, not being up by the certain time. We just have to play with those timelines really close in order to only have the park closed and inoperable for a certain number of days. I'm just throwing that out there.
But
We'll have to have a little bit of buffer in between, which is basically gonna take more time.
didn't we also consider or discuss that this would be done somewhere in the winter months where there's not a lot of activity going on?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is we're gonna have to probably.
I got you.
Okay.
Coordinate that
Yeah.
happening, I understand, okay. The concrete, I don't know that I want concrete curbing around the playground. I mean, isn't there a way to keep the does this mean it's going all the way around the surface?
they're
Like,
probably doing that to hold
Yeah,
whatever
that's-
material.
Yeah.
Yeah.
hold it in.
But don't they have, don't they have that hard rubber, hard plastic, I don't know what it's called?
Pour in place? The
it says
Also-
concrete curbing for both main and tot playground areas, 6-inch wide by 8-inch deep. I don't know what that is. I don't want a concrete pathway to the new playground, nor do I want a concrete pathway to the top playground.
I think ADA purposes, I think you have to,
Yeah.
Is
for
it-
ADA.
Why can't we?
No, it can be our
why
trail,
can't- Yeah, why can't we
which is
do it on our
ADA.
trail surface, which is ADA approved?
I'm sorry, I was listening to both of y'all.
We were saying the same thing.
What was the question?
Our trail surface, our natural trail surface, not whatever's out here, I don't know what that is, but not whatever's out here, but what's on like our natural trails, like out at Tullamore and stuff, that's ADA approved. The crushed concrete,
Yes, it's a ADA
that's
approved.
ADA approved.
And that's
And I
consistent
would
with
much rather
our,
have that in the park than
style,
concrete
yeah.
sidewalk, more concrete.
yeah, that's consistent with what we have you know, our parks development code, if you will, what we do. So I'm with Kim. I'd much rather have our natural trail system. It's permeable, it's more natural, it's consistent with what we do.
And
versus
this out here
concrete.
is not our crushed concrete. So I don't know why this trail hasn't been done in our natural crushed concrete surface stuff. That's like gravel. Tyler, look into that.
Well, I think part of what's going on right there is if they were to grind and mix that stuff, they would be killing trees that are too close and high up in that area. So I think they probably did a little bit of fudging there just because of that. Once this, of course, that's gonna go away anyway. That's gonna be redone. So I'm not too worried about that. But for our normal system, yeah, I agree.
Okay, well, I would like to know what the concrete curbing is.
Well, it's in the picture. It holds it all together. If you look at the playground, you see that, at that outside edge is that concrete curbing.
Yeah, what do we have
No, but like, why are you having concrete curb around like a place where kids are running?
I think it's structural. It holds their surface. It holds their
What
surface.
they say, 8 inches deep, that's what's holding it in.
Yeah.
Becomes a little pool. It rains unless they drain it.
Right.
If there's no holes in the concrete or drains in there, then that's just gonna fill up with water, is it not?
Well,
If you did a certain.
I mean, at some point, you have to trust the process. I mean, this is what these guys do for a living everywhere. If they had problems with it being a pool, then they wouldn't stay in business long. So sometimes
call
you
her.
just have to trust
She's-
the experts on
She can
on
talk.
how it's constructed.
Do y'all want to hear from the vendor?
No.
I mean, if,
just take care of that.
Okay.
I mean, we're gonna pick option C. It's a matter of what are we gonna leave in, what are we gonna take out?
I think option D, we ought to have, for the little tots, for the big tots, they have a little cabana out there. Big tots.
Oh, is he talking about us?
yeah, for the big kids.
Yeah, well, the little tots
I
are over
was
here,
like,
the big
what?
tots are having fun over there.
Put a tiki bar in there while you're at it.
I'm working on it. It's on a trailer frame, okay?
I mean, I don't love this price, I'm not going to lie, but,
I got a
mean,
perfect place for the
But it is
old
what it is.
playground on my property, so in case I have to play. a
you're gonna have
place
to
that they don't
fight
want.
Joe for it.
I'm just saying, I'll pull a trailer up there, and as they dispose it, they can take it out, and they can just load it right up on a trailer, and then we can auction it, and if it auctions, great, if not, I'll pay you guys $100 right now to take it off your hands. I mean, it's better than, you know, then they can't say we had nothing to do with it. Just pull a tractor trailer up there and say, okay, I'm gonna sit there, here's, load it, if you're gonna get rid of it, are you really getting rid of it? Because if they're really demoing it, they're just taking a tractor and they're knocking everything down, it goes to the waste hole. But we'll have to see how they do that.
All right, well, I'm gonna make a motion to approve option C as presented. Oh, minus the concrete paths. And I want those to be our natural
So we learn more.
trails. I would have them remove that.
Well,
Yep.
before we go further on this, the price tag is another 130-some thousand, what we've got appropriated. How are we getting the rest of the money?
Christina's gonna figure it out. She's gonna work on
I'm
that.
asking Christina how we're gonna get
Budget,
the rest
she's
of the
gonna
money.
work, she's gonna work on our 10-year budget deficit and, figure
I
out
mean, we'll have to do a fund balance appropriation, or either pull from one of your capital projects that you've got
PFA pull from
in
there.
reserve, or you can go ahead and start pulling from that $500,000, well, $400,000 now, projects for parks that we got from the legislator that we've kind of tentatively got earmarked over here.
You have finite time to spend that, correct?
Yes.
We do, but they did actually extend it.
Did, yeah.
But, I mean, it's there, and it does have an expiry date.
That
So,
might
I
I'd
mean,
use
it,
that, I'd
that
use that money
might
for
be
that.
it
good
could take
option.
this over here years and years, so we may want to go ahead and just start spending that down, so we could pull it from there.
I have to agree
agree
with
with
that.
that.
I think
That's
that's a good idea.
Motion's on the table.
Well, further discussion, I would just say, I would be hesitant to vote on this without learning more about the concrete and what would be the
I did text her while you guys are talking, and she said they put the concrete around just for a better finished look. So she's gonna look at different options and send them to me, that they do have to have some type of border to hold the stuff in, but there are other options she said she could use.
Okay, well, we definitely want
It's
the
kinda
natural
like-
trail.
It's sort of like you buy a McLaren and they say it comes with curb feelers and you're not sure whether you want the curb feelers or not. We're talking about the McLaren, okay? Not curb feelers.
My neighbor has one.
So,
That curbing was about $12,000.
okay, so,
Our biker,
just a question
our
here, though.
gang member.
So, if we're gonna use our natural trail system for the pathways instead of concrete, do we just omit that and have our trail builder build those?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
that way we have consistency.
So why don't,
Any further?
why don't you all approve the total amount that's listed here?
Okay.
And then I can negotiate a different border within that same dollar amount or less, and then negotiate the trail with our current trail builder or our asphalt grading guy, the guy that does the all-inclusive stuff. But still keep the dollar amount the same. That way it gives me a level of threshold to work with.
I don't want asphalt. I don't want concrete. I want our crushed trail.
Yeah, I mean, I'll tell them, we have specs on that, so I'll tell them
Yeah.
either one of them.
All right, so I'm gonna redo my motion. Sorry, Austin. I'm gonna amend my motion to, we're going to approve option C, not to exceed $438,250. $438,250. And allow Christina to negotiate the concrete curb and paths for alternates. Yeah.
Further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
All right, next up, we have consider approval of change order from First Tryon for Geo.
13.
Oh, I skipped one, sorry. Discussion of Geo Bond Public Education Project Schedule.
Austin, I thought this was just gonna be a few minutes ago, like 3 hours ago, in a few minutes.
Yeah, I don't know what happened. So I've added this to your agenda packets. We just got this the other day. This is the rough schedule that we've developed with Granite Sky, our vendor, who we're going to be working on for the education campaign. At your next meeting, you'll be seeing the draft brand, the draft logo for the campaign. It's on purpose. It's going to look different than our recently adopted brand to disassociate it a little bit with the village, because it's more than just part of the government here. So you're going to be seeing those logos at the next meeting and giving feedback. Those are going to be finalized the week after. We're going to start developing flyers, frequently asked questions to go on our website. And it starts ramping up as we get closer to the end of the year. One change from this schedule is they have our mini site going live on December 18th. We've requested that to be pushed up to December 1st to give residents more time to have some additional time to educate residents through our website, since that seems to be one of our best mediums to contact people. So that site should be going live December 1st instead of the 18th. And really, after that, it's laid out there. We'll be really ramping it up as we go into the new year in advance of the referendum.
One of the things that I had mentioned to Austin to make sure we're all on the same page is there's really going to be very limited opportunity for you all to review every single little correspondence that goes out. A lot of the same, we're going to see a lot of the same stuff, just done in different templates and different formats. Councilman Lyon is looking through a couple of different revisions that they've done in the past, this company, so you can kind of see some of the graphics of how they lay things out. Like Austin mentioned, they're going to have like a logo, for lack of better words, that is specifically for this concept. Did you need any feedback from them on what elements they wanted to see in that, or are we going to do that later?
We're going to bring that logo. They'll see the draft logo at their next meeting. They'll get one pass at it, then we have to finalize it so we can get production rolling.
Okay.
We are gonna mail some of this stuff out.
There will be mailed components, yes.
Can we in some of this education materials, can we talk about, like, I don't know if I want to go down that road. I was gonna say, can we talk about how, like, it would help some of these neighborhoods, it would be a great idea to annex in, because we would be able to do more stuff for your neighborhoods if you, and then send them to some of these neighborhoods we'd like to see annexed in. I don't know if that makes sense or not.
I don't think that's within the current scope of the project, budget-wise, because I think the mailing budget is based on
Residents.
target voters and residents.
Okay.
So that, boy, if we did something like that, that might be a change order, or that might have to be something separate we do later.
Okay.
Are they coming to the next meeting?
That, my understanding is, yes, they should be at the next meeting.
So that's a question we can ask them, and if
Okay.
they can guess.
Does that make sense? Like,
Yeah, I
do
get
you-
what you're saying.
But should we even think about that? Because I also don't want to necessarily be like, oh, well, hey, we're going to do some stuff for some non-residents. I mean, we're going to have to in order to do some for the residents, but
You guys
what I mean?
choosing to offer the assessment for private roads, that's gonna be an incentive to get a couple neighborhoods.
One of the negatives to.
yeah, but those are in Marvin. That's not,
If someone annexes, they become in Marvin.
yeah, but I don't know how many neighborhoods we have that,
One of the negative components
Aren't-
that could be perceived as negative would be that they would have to pay that additional tax, and therefore,
right?
they probably wouldn't be willing to annex if they knew the additional tax would be coming.
Okay.
That's just,
Okay.
so, but I just wanted to make sure that y'all understood, like, there's gonna be very limited opportunity for us to provide input into very specific things, and once things goes out, like, we can't redact them like they,
Are they coming to our regular meeting? Unring the bell.
oh, yeah, yeah.
I need to confirm with them, but that was the original plan for them to be at the next meeting.
Regular
they're-
meeting?
What?
Regular meeting?
Well, we have to stay on schedule, that's the only thing.
So as you see some of the stuff that's being passed around, that's kind of the same thing that you would see in this context. Austin, if you could ask them if they could actually bring examples when they do come, and even if there's a way they can kind of tie them into some of our stuff, and that way that you guys have the opportunity to at least see what we're looking at and what's going to be fed to the public. So if y'all want to start making some changes, or if there's something specific you want to see, then we can make those things at that point in time, because we're not gonna, once we start, we're just not gonna have a whole lot of time to review things as we have done in the past with other things.
Good job. Anything else?
That's it.
All right, next up, we'll consider approval of change order from First Tryon for GeoBond advertisement at a cost not to exceed $13,000 and direct staff to prepare a budget amendment.
So moved.
Any discussion on this, Christie?
No, I mean, it's just, we're using them a lot more throughout the process than we anticipated.
And we can
so-
wrap that into the bond price and
Yeah, we
pay
can,
them that way.
we can drop it in the bond price if it's approved. If it's approved, if it's not, we have to absorb it internally.
All right.
So we will likely do a budget amendment from contingency, if contingency is available, or it'll have to be a fund balance.
All right. Next up, open.
There's a motion on
Oh,
the floor.
is there a motion?
There is.
She said so moved.
Sorry. My bad. All's in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes. Sorry, I'm getting
You
ahead
should
of
see the
myself.
looks that Austin is giving you
I'm-
right
I'm-
now. It is amazing.
I'm very expressive today.
All right, open topics.
I have one. All right, so before me is House Bill 488, Session Law 2023-108. Jeff Perriman read some of the excerpts from this bill at the WUMA meeting and had some concerns with some of the changes that were done in this. I would encourage that council read this bill through and be familiar with some of the changes.
And this is already passed.
Yes, this has been passed. It was passed just recently, a couple weeks ago. So there are some changes. One of the changes of note that I'm looking at here is to amend the residential code to include 3 and 4 family dwellings. And basically, this is kind of it's a safety issue, in my view. They're not requiring greater than a 2-hour fire resistance or automatic sprinkler systems, which has previously been required for 3 and 4 dwelling, or 3 and 4 family dwellings for safety reasons. So I'm assuming this was something that was pushed through by the Builders Association to save cost. There are a couple of things that refer to driveway paving and different things like that. Changing of the minimums for having to get a permit for upgrading properties and such. So
Can you repeat that House bill again?
it's the House Bill 488.
Session Law 2023-108.
Say that again.
Session Law 2023-108. It's about, what, 32 pages or something like that?
Something like that. Yeah.
I mean,
32
I just
pages.
don't know how we didn't hear about this. I mean, this is bad.
It's, yeah, I mean, it's stuff that just kind of gets sent through, and this is, I mean, it was kind of a knee-jerk reaction because we weren't aware of it, and then Jeff found out about it and brought it up at WUMA. There are some concerns in there regarding this
Yeah.
update. So,
This is a Republican-led.
yes, and this concerns me as well with being a Republican supermajority. Whatever the Republican Party wants basically goes through at this point because they override the veto of the governor. So it is a little concerning that they're just changing some things like this.
We may just want to pass this along to Chaplin and see what his interpretation is for the implications.
Yeah.
Okay, I mean, I think we should do that. I also think we need to reach out to our reps and find out, like, what's
Yeah.
going on.
Yeah, I would just say,
Some of this stuff. So, I mean, there are a couple things that do make sense, but like that thing to me from, and this was also raised at the WUMA meeting, is the safety issue. When you have multiple family buildings and you start rescinding some of these safety requirements, that's a red flag to me. I don't think that we should be getting less safe. I think we should be more safe, if anything. So,
multiple family dwellings, right?
yeah, so these are triplexes and quadplexes. They don't necessarily apply to Marvin at this stage, because we don't have these, but it's the premise. I mean, it's like, they're relaxing some safety standards in the building codes, which is troublesome. That's just one example. There are several different things that they changed. There's 32 pages of changes, so.
Developer-friendly?
Yeah, it seems to be. There are some removing of some standards on private roads and stuff like that too. So these are things that we need to consider if we're adopting, taking on any privately constructed driveways and such.
Well, let's get Chaplin to take a peruse of it, see what he thinks, and then if we can reach out to Todd and David and see what's up.
Okay, anything else?
No, I don't think so.
Do you have an open topic?
Clean up some emails while we're waiting?
You had another one yesterday.
Did I have another one?
Who's them?
Can't remember what.
I'm assuming.
Radar signs. Radar signs.
Radar, oh, yes. While you guys are figuring that out, I have one more topic to bring up. Okay, so I have one more item to bring up. Christina reminded me. We had discussed this the other day. It's been suggested to us by our deputies that we consider a couple more of our radar signs that for Joe Carr Road and Marvin School Road. They do seem to be working for their intended purpose, but there are issues with excessive speeding on both those thoroughfares. And so I wanted to bring it up to you all if you thought that we should entertain looking at acquiring 2 more of those signs and placing them out there on those 2 thoroughfares.
I would be open to that because we know those are 2 thoroughfares that are also with this high speeding. But since then, traveling around, I've seen different signs. I don't know, just curious, I don't know if the one on Marvin Road is so effective at slowing down. I mean, as people, the one that always got my attention was the one on Johnston Road as you're going into and towards Carmel. But I've also seen the one that is, if anybody has seen it, going down Independence from Matthews, going towards Charlotte. They have one that absolutely from a distance looks like blue lights from the top of a police car. And when you're riding, it's just, I mean, it's like, oh my gosh. And the first thing that hits you is somebody's been pulled over. And then the lights get your attention, then it has, what your speed is. So I would be open to maybe a different sign, depends on the cost, of course. But that's my opinion about it.
There was also a suggestion, and it may or may not be correct, but Ed had also mentioned that he thought that those signs were capable of reading speeds in both directions, but only displaying the one that you can see for diagnostic purposes for law enforcement to be able to enforce. I'd like to look into that as well, if our signs are capable of that.
Yeah.
And if not, the ones that we may purchase in the future, if we can make sure that they're capable of doing that. Because there's really nothing better than having that data for our law enforcement to be able to do their job. It helps them dramatically. So,
You're talking about the mobile one, right?
no, the permanent ones that are.
Oh, you're talking about the permanent ones.
And the speeds, if you compare those speeds, maximum speeds and the amount of speeding from when we first installed those to what we're getting now, the maximum speeds have dropped by 20 miles per hour. Because we were seeing 109, 100 and whatever, now we're down to 85 for max speeds. So I think they're working. I think they're because they've been consistently going down, so.
I could tell you that, listening to constituents, that the speed trap that they set up on Newtown Road 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago, that had all the deputies out there, got everybody's attention. Everybody thought, what the heck? And I heard from a lot of people, like, obviously Union County's wanting to pad their Union County Sheriff's Department wants to pad their pockets and all this kind of stuff. What kind of sting was this? But it got everybody's attention.
Yeah, well, I heard
So
a lot
I
of negative.
almost think, I don't know if it substitute, us, I don't mind us being a speed trap.
I'd rather see something, instead of something permanent, we have enough sign pollution as there is. I'll call it sign pollution, especially in a rural area. Rural. So I would rather get something that if we start to see problems, we drag out a mobile sign and park it, and it stays at the Efer Park and.
We have one.
Well, then if we have one, then why can't we
But
utilize
it gets moved around, but the thing about it is, it's not there all the time. And my point is that the ones that are permanent are actually making an impact because they're recording it. That's what is in your packet every month when they do the deputies report, and the speeds have come down. The max speeds have come down, the average speeds have come down. So it seems to me that they're making an impact, and especially Joe Carr Road. And if you talk to our deputies, they write more tickets on Joe Carr Road than anywhere else in the village. So I think that, I think it's worth considering. I think, you know, I'm not sure how much we spent on those, and I'm not sure how much they are now, but they do seem to be making an impact, so.
Well, we can add it to the agenda, I think, and for actual discussion, but in the purpose of time, I think we'll just note that and
Yeah, that's fine.
possibly have.
Just wanted to bring it up.
Anything else?
No, not for open topics, but I need to go back to item number 12,
All right.
which is allowed.
Yeah, we can do that.
Yep. Okay, so I need to make an additional motion. Sorry, I missed it.
This is back on.
Back to the
park,
playground.
Playground?
Yeah, so I need to make a motion to authorize the manager to execute the agreement. I didn't do that, sorry.
Well, that would be
Yeah,
important.
that'd be important. So. All in favor?
I know, I'm thinking of further discussion because but I'm not going to go down that road. I've said my piece. I'm so pissed.
What are you pissed about?
They're playing this game where.
Oh, okay,
you
we can figure that out later.
I don't know if you can, once you agree with this, but
No, we just,
all is in favor.
Aye.
Motion passes.
we just agreed to the amount of money. Christina can still work on the negotiations.
Yeah, we haven't spent the money yet.
Okay. We're going back to, you lost me now. Open time. Communications. Moving on. Okay, monthly communications review.
All right, your list is in there as usual. Actually, it's not.
There's nothing in there.
It's actually not. I apologize. I must have forgot to attach it. I will pull it up.
We
so I
got
can-
nothing.
I'm slacking.
You put it up on the screen?
stopped communicating.
That's our problem. We stopped communicating. I'll pull it up on my screen here. Sorry. I'm pulling it up on the screen.
Jeez Louise.
There it is. All right. Okay. So the GeoBond stuff is separate. We have continual reminders going out about the roundabout and road closure. We're advertising the Volk drop-off event pretty much every week now. The candidate questionnaire interviews, town hall meeting promotions are starting, trick-or-treat promotions are starting. And then you have all the normal things such as your meeting notices, school closures, coffee with council, WUMA, Labor Day, trash delays associated with Labor Day. That's pretty much all I got.
Bulk day. Oh. Can we add something to send out to the residents, and hopefully maybe the residents will send it out to their friends and post it on social media? To please not drive through the roundabout that is under construction, because it will cause delays, and the village will be on the hook for those delays and overruns, because that's not their fault. That's not the contractor's fault if they have to go in and fix stuff. So that's going to be on us.
Keep in
And
mind, it's also-
there's a huge fine for it.
Yeah.
It's a misdemeanor to move those barriers, and it's a misdemeanor to go beyond those barriers.
So,
And I heard there was a $500 fine.
There it is.
so if
Each one.
we can post that and just
Yeah.
reiterate. Somebody
Yes.
ran, they
Yeah.
went through it a couple days ago, right, Christina?
It's amazing.
You watched somebody move
People
the,
working there?
no.
No,
After
no,
hours.
at night. You should see, and I'm letting everybody in the public know about this, really, seriously. You're going down, and I've been outside, you're going 55 miles an hour down Marvin Road straight into those barricades. And I've seen people, like, you totally ignore whatever's being said. And I know it's not Marvin, residents per se, but I've witnessed it, and it's like, I don't know what you're thinking. And then you get to the end, and you're hitting the brakes, and you're going through the preserve to turn around, or you go into Innisbrook to try to turn around or try to find an outlet. It's a $500 fine, because I have seen people now move the barricades and move behind. I don't even know what's behind there. I don't even know if it's drivable. I just wanted to say that.
It's all chewed up now. I mean, I've looked.
I will make that communication extra scary.
Thank you.
Anything else? Okay. Moving on, coffee with council debrief.
Do you want us to still see this?
Oh, sorry, I'm typing my minutes in front of y'all.
That's okay.
It's how embarrassing.
Coffee with council debrief.
Go ahead, Joe and Jamie.
Well, we had a surprise visitor, and Kim was there, so we had three of us, Jamie, Kim, and myself. And we had probably the biggest group to date for Coffee with Council. Started with just one, or actually representing the church, two representatives from the church, and a representative from ZEPSA, and probably maybe 10 or 12,
I'd say 15.
maybe 15 residents, again, expressing their dissatisfaction with the thing. But, you know, we had dialogue going, which I thought was good. And some things were, unfortunately, it's, you know, they were, again, given, we had to clarify things that they were giving wrong information in the public hearing that we had about the deviations. And one gentleman sent me information, and I responded to him after talking with Hunter and confirming that they weren't deviating in that many areas. But I think it was good conversation. They're probably most likely not going to be happy with what has happened. I will say that one individual who is affected directly and abuts to the property, I had a phone call with, and you know, he was aware of what was potentially going to happen here, and he stated that he just wasn't expecting it to happen this quickly. So, but he was aware of it, which I think when you, as you know, Kim, in real estate, it's buyer beware. You got to know where you're buying and what's going to potentially be happening. And this was talked about well before me, and is supported by the greater good. Let's just call it for that. And I think that's probably one of the reasons this passed today in our meeting. So, but other than that, was there another Coffee with Council that someone was at the 2 to 3 weeks?
That
before?
was discussed at the previous meeting.
Okay, all right. But that's all I had. Is that fair?
Yeah, that's fair.
Summary?
The only thing I would say is that with Coffee with Council, we appreciate everyone coming in. And we do listen to everything that you say. We take all those things in consideration. And whether you believe it or not, and I hopefully that you do, and you'll respect that we do take these issues and concerns back to the developer, or any instance that someone comes in and has a concern or something like that, to try to make it where it works for both sides and there's a win-win on both sides. And I can tell you from the time that we had Coffee with Council Tuesday night till now, changes were made that we presented to the developer, and those changes were made. So to think that we don't listen and we don't consider those or take those with respect, we do. And you know, anyone that came the other night that has questions about what were those changes, you know, certainly reach out to either the mayor or myself. And I've told them then, I said, you've got my phone number, please reach out to me, and we'll certainly discuss it. But listen, it was great. For me, it was great to have that many people show up. And I hope that we continue to have people show up and voice their concerns, but also voice the other side of it, saying, you know, I'm all for something. And appreciation for what you are doing, and as opposed to always just being, you know, getting hammered on what people think that we're doing. I'll have another comment about that later in council comments.
All right. Moving on, reports on the. Yeah. Okay. Coffee with Council.
Since I was there, I would like, I appreciate people showing up. I would like to reiterate that there were 8 Coffee with Council opportunities between the first PIM and the public hearing. And we didn't have anybody show up to discuss this project. And if we are to make thoughtful recommendations, requests to the developers, we have to have that information before 2 days or a day or the day of public hearings or when we're going to vote on something. So I would encourage anyone who's listening to please be informed, know what is happening around you, because it is very frustrating and difficult for us as council, as we're making these decisions. We're like, great, nobody's showing up, everybody's happy with it, no problem, moving right along, we love it, we think it's great, planning board loves it, they think it's great, and then all of a sudden, we have a very large contingent of a neighborhood that shows up that are not in favor of it, and it's, basically, we were blindsided by it. So I would request that people show up earlier and be informed, and don't wait until the bulldozer is in your backyard. Last comment from Coffee with Council. I was truly offended by one gentleman's remarks that we are absolutely 100% getting bribed in this process. It was uncalled for. It was called, and he said it to me, called my character into judgment, called all of this entire council's character into judgment, and it is false, and I don't appreciate it. If you think that you know something and you want to say it, you show me facts. Otherwise, keep your mouth shut, because it is disrespectful and rude, and I will not stand for that, period. And I told him that.
I think he included a few of us in that, which is unfortunate that had we go down that road, but it was after we moved out of the building and we were trying to continue the conversation from a civil standpoint. But anyways, thank those for all coming out and sharing their comments. Reports and updates. Managers report.
I have nothing to report.
You got nothing? Planners.
The only thing that I want to update you guys on is the UDO project. We are getting into the meat of that. I would either encourage council at the upcoming September 19th meeting to either attend and just listen, because we are kind of getting into the direct regulations of zoning districts, permitted uses, setback, I mean, all that stuff. And I think it's kind of important for council to be aware, to go ahead and potentially provide feedback. We can either do a joint meeting, or you guys can come and we can just do a potential quorum notice. You just participate as, residents of Marvin. So just listen, I can get you guys binders. And then any comments, notes, questions, stuff you guys have, just write them down, let me know. Because the goal of this is where planning board doesn't go one direction and gets in front of council, early next year for adoption, and it's completely different visions that you guys have from planning board. I don't think that's necessarily going to be the case, but the more that you guys are involved in this project and kind of aware now, the better it will be and the quicker we can get this thing adopted. It is going great. Planning board's really, grasping this concept and loving this process, and so I just wanted to mention that.
Is there, I obviously couldn't make the last planning board meeting, but I know that the planning board meeting is hopping all over the calendar, and there was supposed to be the training meeting and then the planning board. Are we containing it just to the one planning board meeting?
Yes, so moving forward right now, they're back down to just one meeting a month, just because when we started this process, we were working on those revisions for the form-based code, and then we got the rezoning, so we did have a lot on our plate, so that's why we broke it up into two meetings. But right now, we don't have any other type of submittals that have to go through review, and it just kind of if something is submitted, then we'll have to make that determination if we need to schedule an additional meeting. Recess the meeting. But these meetings last anywhere from about an hour and a half, 2 hours. It is the only thing on the September agenda. And like I said, you can watch online, you can watch the recordings, but I will go ahead and get your guys' binders done next week, up to date with all the language. And if you want to meet about it, be happy to kind of also get you guys up to speed. But like I said, I do encourage you guys to come and attend or watch online or watch the recordings. Other than that, that is all I have unless council has any questions on anything.
All right, thank you, Hunter. Event planning report, updating the rules and regulations for the barbecue and brews event.
Yeah, so real quick, Barbecue and Brews, we'll do it Eford Park. I'm recommending November 18th. I know we hadn't really set a date quite yet, but November 18th from 3 to 5 in the afternoon. The rules are pretty much just talk about, we'll pick up the meat here on Friday the 17th. It talks about everybody's gonna have a 20 by 20 space out at the park for smoking their meat. Gates are gonna open to the cookers at 5 o'clock Friday night, and will be open for you to come and go all throughout the park as needed all night. And then basically, we just talk about, you got, the council is right now planned to be the judges for the event. We're gonna have 3 types of meat, Boston butt, ribs, and chicken. Again, that's subject to change depending on how many people we have signed up to cook. Might vary how much meat we give each person to cook. But any questions about Barbecue and Brews?
Can we call it Brews and Q?
That's actually cute.
Brews and
That
Q.
is.
Can we?
We can look into it.
Okay, cool.
Hey, I just wanted to mention real quick, Tyler and I have been working on these little templates for events. I don't know if you see this. This is how all the event updates will come to you in your agenda packets from here forward. So you can go ahead and review kind of what's there, what the anticipated budget is, in case you see anything that just doesn't jive with what you're thinking. This is kind of where we would go ahead and make decisions for you, and if you don't agree with it, we would expect you to say it at the time of the event log when it first comes out. For example, if you look on to the one-man acoustic set for entertainment, we're gonna try to put little notes in there. Otherwise, if y'all don't say anything about it, we just assume that it's okay, and we'll go ahead and go through with those types of small detail unless anything's said by the date specified. So just make sure you're keeping a good eye on these components, because, so we're not getting down into the weeds of every single little detail in every little event. We're gonna go ahead and just start planning things as we think that they should be, unless y'all tell us otherwise by a certain date that we establish.
So is the event itself, a couple of questions. First of all, I would certainly hope that we have more than 75 people show up for this, which I'm sure that's a conservative number that you want to hit. Do you have a contingency for if we do have, say, 200 people show up for extra time allotment, so those types of things? I know you said 3 to 5. That's a little early in the afternoon, but I understand with the cooking and all that stuff. Is there provisions for it to run longer if there are some big attendance, that kind of thing?
So basically, it's gotta be less than 3 hours, because of serving food and not having them actually have a sanitation grade and the environmental health. This is basically on their form that I had to fill out. So it's got to be less than 3 hours if we're not going to have them actually sell plates of food or them come out and check everybody and make sure they have all the sanitation grade and all that. So, but,
No, keep going.
no, that was it.
Well, can we, if it's 3 hours, can we just extend it to 6?
Like from 3 to 6.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that would be.
Is it just because
I mean, I know it's gonna be getting dark earlier, so I know that's why we didn't push it later, but can we just do?
feel
Yeah.
like that if there are a lot of people there, squeezing it in 2 hours could be logistically a little bit of a headache. So-
And they will be serving it to the people, right?
Yeah, but it's because they're serving samples as opposed
Okay,
to
that's fine.
plates.
No, and that's
Yeah,
fine,
yeah.
but I'm just making sure that people can come and they're paying their $10, they're gonna get some
Right, you'll have like a
Cute.
wristband. and you can do it.
cues, I don't know. I don't know. And we're gonna have bring your own beer. Okay,
This year, just so we can kind of like compile the numbers for next year and we can,
or whatever.
it'll be an easier sale to distilleries and breweries and say like, look here, we had 200 people here, like,
Yeah.
this is somewhere you want to set up.
Okay.
So just one thing to note, from what I have been told, and I can't substantiate this, but it was a rumor that I've been told, that when this new thing goes in Ballantyne, that OMB is going to be moving their main place to the Ballantyne area from uptown because of space constraints and such. So just keeping that in mind, if they're gonna be right here around the corner, you know, for some of our events and such, I hope they did well the last time they were here, but I didn't get any feedback on that, but I thought they did. I certainly spent some money with them, so.
Are you guys okay with the one-man acoustic, so we don't have to wait until the September deadline? Everybody good with that?
Yeah.
Does it,
Did you not hear him say that?
We get a little more than the same.
I will
Might get a
mention,
sample and a half.
I will mention too, this was an event that wasn't budgeted for, so even though we're bringing in revenue, we still have to go back and do an amendment to bring it in and spend it back out. Just FYI.
Still to get on it.
Get sponsors.
Why don't you do that there, buddy?
Work on it. Jamie's got a company.
You're so full of ideas, Joe.
More questions about barbecue, brews? All right.
Bruise and Q.
Brews and Q, sorry, everybody.
All right, any other questions on that? Update on Marvin Day.
So Marvin Day, we've booked a band, Breakfast Club. They'll be there. As you know, we've condensed the day from 4 to 9:30-ish, however long. Band will stop at 9:15. Fireworks will follow directly. So then however long the fireworks go. We'll have 3 food trucks and then a dessert sweets truck will be there. Let's see, we have our DJ, we have our face paint, hair tinsels, magic show. He's gonna be there, and he's actually gonna broadcast, and like, we're gonna say that there is a magic show at, say, 5:30. We're working on the details with him right now, but he will be like putting on like a 30-minute show, as opposed, and doing the balloon animals and everything. Pretty much it right now. We're only gonna come from Marvin Ridge High School. That's where we're gonna shuttle back and forth from, just one location. We have the parking lot. We'll have disc golf again. Fireworks quotes coming in right now. I've basically asked them for the same show as last year, because I think everybody liked that one. Pretty much all I got.
If I could make a recommendation to somehow get a separate message and not rely on, no offense, our regular venue of how we get messages out, but targeting all the schools. Whether it's an announcement in the morning to some sort of way that they have banners they put up as people were driving cars into the, maybe we can get permission to put signs up as we drive into as they're dropping off their kids, a reminder as it gets closer to that date or maybe a month out. I'm sure in exchange for what we do for them, that they can let us put some signs up and do that at least.
Yeah.
But that would be key, and there was one other thing, but I forgot.
I brought you that one that I had. Are you this one?
That's all for now.
Everybody good on Marvin Day?
We're at 20,000 estimated cost.
30.
Huh?
30.
30? I said 20.
Yeah, I might not have changed that number at the bottom, but it is 30. That's whatever.
All right. Mom's on the move update.
Yeah, so that's, first day of this is gonna be, what's that, the 26th of September. It's gonna go out in the next newsletter. We're gonna start them, the first couple are gonna be here, just so we can get a gauge. They're gonna walk the preserve trail, just so we can get a gauge on who else coming. First day, probably see if I can't go to Dunkin' and get like some coffee and some donuts or something to kind of do a little welcoming thing. We're gonna do it at 9 o'clock. See how that works. I don't know, like when it gets into the winter, if people think it's too cold, we can bump it up to 10 or 11. But other than that, it'll always be in like a rotation. We'll send out the routes in every newsletter for the upcoming 2 to 3 weeks, and it'll just change weekly.
That's at 9?
Thinking 9 a.m.
Do we have any kind of, for your benefit, at the park, a sign-up sheet for stuff like this? Where we could put up there as they come in, they say, oh, sign up, put their email, if they're willing to share their email and then drop it, not that you would expose it for everybody, but maybe a tear-off sheet.
Or do a QR code where you can.
I was about to say, we have QR codes that bring you straight to the website out there on
and
the
then maybe
signs.
It'll take you to a place that you can like, just be like, hey, I'm interested in this, or like. There you go. Yeah, yeah.
That's, yeah.
Yeah, that's a good idea, Joe.
They're free.
Just do it in today's technology and not the,
I get it.
the,
What,
the
whatever.
scribe
I'm
and
just trying to.
chisel.
Tell him to figure it out.
I trust them. Thank you, Todd.
Thank
Any
you
other
all.
questions?
No, but I'm gonna show up even though I'm not gonna have a
You're
kid
not
with
on
me.
the
Is that
move?
okay?
You're going solo?
Yeah. Well, Jason.
You're a mom and you're moving, right? So I guess you fit the bill.
Maybe babysit for someone. That'd be a very good thing for you to do, is
Offer,
giving back to the
offer up
community.
Marvin babysitting with the mayor pro tem.
Giving back to the community. There you go. Yeah. I would agree with that. Can I say that out loud?
In the head, not out loud.
All right. Review of action items.
All right, well, I've already RSVP'd for Jamie for that leadership summit, so you're good there. Christina's gonna get an additional quote from Spectrum for internet at the park. We're gonna have Granite Sky bring some examples.
Spectrum, AT&T, and Verizon if she doesn't like the Spectrum.
AT&T, Verizon,
Everybody under the sun.
everybody. Okay. Granite Sky's gonna bring examples to our next meeting for some of their marketing materials. I will be sending out an additional communication warning people not to drive through the barricades and scary letter,
You will be
fines.
prosecuted.
You will be prosecuted, you know.
Charged with a misdemeanor.
Turn around, don't
Drown.
drown. but drown. So I'll figure something out, a catchy phrase.
Lord.
Scared now.
Turn around, don't be a clown.
Turn
There
around,
you
don't
go.
be a clown.
There you go.
Let's go take a picture at the barricades, Joe. And we,
We'll hang them up on the barricades.
we can work on an exploratory committee for the multipurpose fields. That's all I got.
Thank
And
you.
I'm sure we have a couple agreements to execute in there as well.
All right.
but-
Review of Mayor Pro Kim list.
Did I at least attach this one? Okay, I'm opening it.
Okay, where are the chimneys?
We have not heard back. They've asked some additional questions a while back. We wrote them up a very nice, detailed response, including information on the GEO bond, and we have not heard back since. We can't. Huh? Oh, no one ever gives me their phone number. It's always email.
Let me get you a phone number of a HOA person.
If you want to do that, you can.
I'll see if I can find somebody.
Speaking of which, Christina,
Let's talk after.
Christina, speaking of that, I should have a contact information for the HOA president for PDS tomorrow.
What, anything else?
Oh, yeah, sorry. Did you talk to Mark Brody about his annexation reform?
No, I have not.
Are you going to?
Yes,
Okay.
possibly if I go to that. Oh, that's September.
Tyler, are you finished talking to Union County about their facilities for weekend events? Do you need to talk to them anymore? Do you have all their information? No, you're done talking to them, or no, you? Okay, so we can complete that one. Are we done with one more since Hunter left? Regional stormwater study, that's on hold. Interlocal agreement for regional pump station, you can put that on hold. Councilman Wortman, did you finish all of your projects at Village Hall?
Well, it's interesting that you bring this up. We actually have some movement on the paver situation. Matt came to me yesterday and said he has gotten the engraver working. He was looking for some software, which I helped him with. I got to follow up with him. But if everything is working correctly, I'm going to go ahead and put the sand in because we can actually set it on and do the engraving there. He's just working on some of the kinks. So I'm going to go ahead and schedule that to get finished up.
Fabulous, so, no.
Well, it's progress.
So no.
No, good job, good job. Budget amendment done for Ancura agreement?
It'll be in the next meeting.
Okay. That's a no. Bars, that's a no. Infrastructure repair policy?
Next meeting, that's a no.
No. That's a no. That's a no.
You gonna check off Tom Short?
Interlocal agreement, Waxaw Marvin Boss Grove Circle?
That's been done.
That's done.
Complete. Execute agreement with Russell Standard for Fog Seal?
That's done.
Been done.
Done, perfect.
You wanna check off Tom Short Road?
Relevant HOAs for the issues on Tom Short Road.
Oh, yeah, we did that yesterday.
Check off.
That's big.
Yesterday, oh my lord, Christina, wowzers.
Officially, it's not done until the contract's signed, but
We're done negotiating.
Yeah, but we're done negotiating. Okay. Thank you.
Just to go back on any of that, the last thing you sent out on email about a delay again here?
No, no delay.
No delay? Okay. I thought I saw something.
There
There-
was a completion date.
yeah, middle of October, hopefully.
Very good. All right, council comments. Who wants to go first? Andy?
I don't really have anything other than the normal stuff, and it's not that it's normal, but it is normal because you guys do such a good job. It is normal to praise you for what you guys do, so thank you for everything that everybody here, including council, does. Thank you to our deputies for all they do. I know they work hard. They have a lot of obstacles to deal with on a regular basis. So that's all I have.
Thank you.
I would reiterate what Councilman Wortman has said, in the fact that I've personally enjoyed the issues and situations that have been posed to the council. And for the public out there, we all have our different opinions, we all have our different personalities, but it's great to see a team that works together, that works out issues together for the common good. So I want to give a thanks to the council, and as, of course, well as the staff. So thank you.
Jake?
Couple things. One is, I had someone come up to me that said, made a claim, and I'm not saying it's true or not, but made a claim that one of the when they were going by to pick up trash, that the guy got off the truck and was by or near his yard and was peeing. Made the claim. I'm not saying it's true. I'm just saying they made the claim to me. I don't know if they filed a complaint with the sheriff's department and if they followed up on that, but that's just a claim.
Can you give me the address off the record and I can follow up, because they do have cameras.
I'll do my best. It was right here.
We'll talk after.
Yeah. There is a tree on the trail down
Oh,
over
I
here.
told Matt about it this morning. On
The tree,
Marvin School Road,
the tree on the trail has been removed, but the tree that's in the right-of-way is not ours, so,
that's the one I'm talking about.
yeah, we won't touch that. But the
It's in
tree
the
on the
right-of-way.
trail
All right.
has been removed.
Okay, so, but who's gonna remove the rest of it? Is that DOT?
DOT.
And DOT should do it because it is blocking up the gully,
The ditch.
the ditch. The pitch in the ditch. The pitch of the ditch.
We can report a concern to, DOT.
Yeah, that'd be great. And it's almost in the road. Actually, just tell them it's in the road. 'Cause then they'll come out and do something.
There was, they did the big speed thing a month or so ago, or a few weeks ago. We just got to have people just be cognizant of their speed going through. It's easy to speed down Joe Carr. It is. And to say I haven't done it, I'd be lying. So, but they have to be aware of it. And let's just try to work with everyone to do the speed thing. I want to thank, I truly, truly want to thank village staff and council for all the hard work that went into the Tullamore and Amber Meadows situation. I mean, that took a lot of time. A lot of time was spent on that. And to be able to come away with this, and I think we can just use this as an example for us, because we should all look to improve ourselves as a council to walk away from, as best we can, to walk away with every situation that we come in with a win-win, where it's not a win-lose, it's not a tie or whatever, but it's a win-win. And that's a great example of a win-win. And I think that helps all of us. So thank council, truly thank council and staff for really working through that situation. I'm going to go back to Kim's piece on, because this isn't the first, it's not the second, and it's not the third time that one of us on this council have been an insinuation has been made, or a
Blanket
statement has been made about bribes and payoffs. And the only thing I can say to that, if someone truly believes that, before you make a statement like that, just know that you're really spitting in someone's face from an integrity standpoint. I don't appreciate it. And if you think that I'm taking a bribe, or I'm taking a kickback, or I'm getting a payoff, please come to me or any of us, or come to the village manager, and address that in a way that has context and content around it. And if you want to audit me, please feel free to do it. You're gonna pay for it. But please understand, on the backside of that, there's going to be a significant penalty for you for making that claim. Now, I don't know what form that comes in. I'm not threatening anyone, but you're threatening me, and you're threatening this council, and I think it's completely and totally unfair. We're just trying to do our jobs. If you don't like the job that we're doing, come November, please just don't vote for me. I'll just tell you, for me, don't vote for me. If you think I would go to the level of taking a bribe or a payoff, please don't vote for me. And that's all I can say. But let's have a discussion. To Kim's point, when you come with coffee with council, or you come to this council with something, I hope that we are showing you the same level of respect that we deserve in return. And if we can start there, we can get a lot of things done, and we can make this a good community for all of us and be a win-win for all of us. But it's frustrating to have people say bribes and payoffs, because I've heard it now for 3 years, and I haven't seen the nickel of it yet, and don't want to. I don't ever. What I do here is because I believe in it. And it's certainly not because someone has given me a dime or wants me to do something in return. With that, thanks to the law enforcement for all you do, and staff, you guys do an amazing job for the residents of Marvin. Thank you again.
Thanks, Jamie. Kim?
Ditto to what Jamie said.
Very succinct. Now my turn. I was going right down the same path you were, thanking staff. Hunter, I know he's not here, but he did a lot of work. Christina, obviously, and specifically the two HOA presidents, Amber Meadows and Tullamore, who, it's a thankless job, but they were on your side in the community. And to Jamie's point, getting to a resolution where win-win and everyone walks away feeling right, and more importantly, we're getting things back in order. There are some what do you want us, if you want to call it sins of our fathers, doing things that we couldn't control. We were handed what we were handed, but the key is to making it right, and I think that's what we accomplished yesterday. Quick prayers to all that are affected in the Florida, Georgia, South Carolina, North Carolina recent hurricane that has passed through. We're heading down to the beach this weekend for vacation, and we'll probably see some things that we'll need to clean up. So hoping everything goes well there. Continued prayers also to those displaced or lost in Hawaii as well. And I think Bob mentioned this a little bit. They had a little event, if you want to call it, from the Sheriff's Department. 131 citations, I think, were mentioned that were pulled over. That's a lot of speeding, guys. A lot of tickets. If you got one, shame on you, but slow down. And it's, it's not just saying this because school is back in, which, a lot of us are happy our kids are back to school, but, there's more important reasons to be slowing and letting off the thing. Another note, elections are coming up for local elections. I just want to point out that I'm running unopposed. However, do take it seriously, and I'm offering to any group or event, anybody who wants to host a neighborhood where you want to hear from me. Obviously, we have coffee with council. You can come and talk to the members. You can wait to the ones that are being elected, or I will make myself available. I'm sure Bob and Jamie would extend that as well. But I'd like to see some dialogue, respectful dialogue, that we can share about the future, what's going on here, because it's finally, we're at a point where things are getting done, and, I can clearly hold my head high with what I think is happening within the village, and I think we're going in the right direction. Last thing, I'm a big supporter of our schools. We're very involved, my wife and I. She's on she's the band booster president, and I'm in charge of PIT. But that's one of the groups within the high school that doesn't get a lot of funding. So, we're doing the Go Play Save again. They're $30. There's over $6,100 or $6,200 in local savings on everything from grocery stores to you name it. It's easy to get your money back on that, and half of the proceeds go to the band members, and we work on a really tight budget. You think the village is tight, I will tell you the band is very tight. So, but we're looking forward to a great season, lots of competitions coming up, and we're definitely looking forward to that. So with that, I will ask that we close and end our meeting.
So moved.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.